Good morning, guys. You able to hear me? For those of you in the free chat, I just need an okay. And for those of you in premium stream, off the YouTube, oops. Looks like Discord just crashed. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys. My Discord just pooped out for some reason. Test. All right. If you are in the community stream, let me know in free trading chat if you can see my screen and hear my voice. That's all I need to hear. Video and audio good on Discord. All right. So we have an extra 10 minutes, so I'm going to make use of that. So what we want to talk about is, well, we're going to see ES here. Going into yesterday's lows. So they sold it Monday and they're selling it again. So if we can take out last week's lows, what do? The quarterly 2-2, so 2 up, 2 down, which would give us the rest of the quarter to look for confirming signals to the downside. The 2-2 reversal by itself is one of those signals. But since that lasts 3 months, we ideally want to be looking at day, week, month timeframes to try and find signals to play off of. As far as what we're seeing today, we have multiple bars stuck inside, and they could break out as kind of a consolidation breakout, where if you look at the inside day on the 2-day chart, you're going to see the 2-1-2 down right here. So we are seeing that break lower. So we get 8 hours or just today to try and make new lows, triggering the quarter. And if they want to keep selling, we would look for them to keep selling as long as they stay in force. And this is on the ES under 43.01. And then obviously 277.00 is the magnitude of that. But if we can stay in force on the quarter under that magnitude, we could look for it to continue further. If we go to Qs yesterday, we're going to see strong enough to not make new lows. But now today, we're going to come in and gap down. So if you were long into yesterday thinking, well, Qs is strong, we can hold that long. It didn't do anything. It went inside. So no one was in control. And now we're going to gap into the 2-1-2 reversal to the downside. And if we're looking at our broadening formation, you'll see here we had the 3. So that by itself is a broadening formation. They made it bigger. They made it bigger. They made it bigger. Now we look something like that. So the 2-1-2 here, the magnitude of that, we'd look to try and make new lows to that. On Qs, that would be 351.43. If we go to the week, though, we are still inside, so we need to keep that in mind. And when we're still inside, that's when rev strats normally form. So if we were to gap below yesterday's lows, we'd want to be careful of the gap down and rip back through. And then we can also check IWM. So in IWM, what did we see yesterday? The 2 up, 2 down, back through the range. So now, when this happens, what do we look for? We look for the continuation because we close near the lows. We're a lot closer to expanding this broadening formation to the downside. So as far as going into today, you're going to have 2 hour right away off the rip, and it's going to be gapping lower. So no entry signal on that. But as long as we can get out of this try here on the 60-minute time frame and stay out, we would look for what? Your quarterly rev strat magnitude to the downside. So if we can stay out of that try, we would ideally want to see 167.46. And this is one of the weakest things in the market. So we want to say, well, what is in IWM that is weak? And if you looked at my list, we did post it. I posted it on Twitter, I posted it in premium chat, and I posted it in free chat. We had a huge list of all the weakest stuff in the market for you guys already set out for you. And those are the things we're going to watch all quarter. So that list is not going to change, at least unless they don't go in force or don't trigger, then we just don't look at them. So if we're looking at that list, let me pull it up quickly. I will repost it in free chat so you guys can make sure you have that. Jeez, it's taking me a minute to get to, sorry. So these are all the things setting up on the month and quarterly basis. So now that we see RevStrat IWM to the downside, we're going to realize that DVN is a small cap energy, and notice how it was not strong enough to take those highs out. So this is the weakest thing we can find there. And then yesterday, what happened? You get the 2-2 continuation, and what that does is trigger the weak in force. And now you have the 3-2 month in force. So long as we stay under 46.11, we have the rest of this month to try and look to make new lows down here, 44.11, and then below that we can take 42.87. And if we go to the yearly basis, you're going to see, compared to other energy names, what is this one about to do? It's about to take last year's lows. If we go and look at something like Oxy, you're going to see this one is not getting sold. This is Doji doing nothing inside year, and anyone that bought last year, they can be like, yeah, I'm going to hold that because it's not going down, which it isn't. And if we go to XLEs in general, that's pretty much the vibe there, right? Then you go to DVN and you're like, oh shit, I'm going to have to sell. So that's why we're looking at this one, because it's not like the rest. This one's actually reversing potentially on the year under 42.87. So if we can take that out, anyone that bought last year, they're going to have some problems. So that's why we want to stick around there. And as far as today goes, you're going to notice big move down yesterday, which we were able to get in off of the Momo Shooter hour. And then right at the open today, potential 2-2 hour to keep going. So we can watch for that 60-minute setup here. Look to take that right off the rip, and if that works, we can continue holding and use that as a reason to add or enter into this one. The one thing we don't have is a daily actionable signal. So if this were to fail, we would have to wait for it to set up again. And if it hits its magnitude, yesterday's lows, and really starts coming back and goes 2-2 hour back to the upside, I would not want to hold on to that. But off the open, that's a setup I'd want to know about. And we also had yesterday TSN went 2-2 reversal day, and what that did was take the quarter inside and down. So as long as we can try and keep that quarter in force under 49.40, which at the open will be about 16 cents below that, so that's still in force, still a full time frame continuity technically. As long as we can keep that in force, you can see on the yearly basis, we are 3-2 down. And if we look at our try, we're going to go take this out, 42.57. So as long as that quarter stays in force, we're going to look to try and take out 42.57. We have 3 months to do that. So that means we also here will potentially have setups for him today. Ideally, we would go inside day so we could have the 2-1-2 tomorrow, because what we'll see is they're nowhere near reversing the hour off the open. And from this low to where we're opening, we're just nowhere near doing it. So that being said, we'll see if that one sets up or tries to continue today, but less likely given that we're opening so high. And then the other weakest stuff in the market is going to be XLUs. And on a Tuesday, what we want to do is we want to say, well, what didn't move with the market yesterday in case the market reverses, which was Qs, went inside. So that was relatively strong. So if the market were to reverse today, we would have been looking at Qs. Now, then we also look at what did they sell or buy aggressively Monday, because we know the day and the week decouple on Tuesday. So that being said, you have two separate opens. We would want to know, do they come and sell it again? So looking at XLUs, you can see we popped out of this broadening formation and they're really gunning for it. So where are they going? If you go onto the yearly basis, this is some of the weakest stuff in the market alongside that energy name potentially joining the party. This weakest stuff in the market is doing what we think we might see next year on the indexes this year. So they're 2-2 reversal in force under 60, I believe 60.54, give or take. And the magnitude that we'd be looking for, other side of the try, 43.44. So these still got a ways to go, 24%. And we got 3 months to do that as long as we can stay nice and red. And within the energies, AEP is going to be one of them that is really getting killed. So you can see on Monday, they took it down. They already have like a quarter of the move from last quarter in one day. So we go to the yearly here, and you see the RevStrat, 3-1-2-2. So as long as that's under 80.30, we would like to see 65.17 or 65.14. So that means today we can also be watching these for potential continuations. And as far as right off the open goes, potential 2-2 on the 60 to make new lows. We could look at that right away. It is going to be gapping slightly, so we'll have to keep that in mind. But now we have AEP and DVN as two nice weak stuff with 60-minute signals right off the open. There's also NTR, which is already gapping into the lows. So this is one we shorted yesterday as well. You can see off the 3 on 2 hour, that one comes down. What does that do? 322 on the day. What does that do? Momo shooter on the week. What does that do? Inside month and down. And what does that potentially do? Quarterly 212. And that's going to do what? Confirm the yearly 2-2. So you can see we're not just using one time frame. We have to use all of them, right? Or ideally, we want to use all of them. At the very least, day, week, month, and 60. So when we're looking at this, the magnitude of this 2-2 on the year, which is a shooter in force, by the way, is to go to 48.45. So we get to the quarter. If we can get that quarter in force under 57.91, that's a reason to be short, and that's a target to go to. And then if they go to that target, they can keep going if they want to make new all-time lows. So I would like to know about that. So now we have NTR. We have potentially TSN. We'll keep it off the list for now. DVN, which is energies, and then AEP, utilities. And within the utilities, there's a lot of stocks. So we could look at DUK. And you can see that one's almost about to slip and go 3-2 down on the year, which we go and look at this try. You're going to see nice big range. That's what we like to see. We go to the month, 3-2 shooter in force, as long as you stay under 86.04. Go to the week, no actionable signal, so careful of that exhaustion risk going into new lows. We do have this low back here, which is last year's lows, to go and take out. And we'll also see on this one, you get a broadening formation on the lower time frame stuff. So you can see they get stuck in here. Now at the open, we're going to be opening near the lows of that, which means any actionable signals that tell you this broadening formation can expand, we would want to know about, because we've now taken out the highs, taken out the lows. That's going to be your TTO. And now that we gap down, we'll have to see, let them open, and where are they going to go? And that all being said, if they're really going to dump today, we don't have to be first, although we would like to get in if they're going to go right away. But we do want to watch them the whole day, because they can set up and continue to confirm these quarterly and yearly setups all day, all week, all month, all quarter. So these are going to be things we're more than likely going to be watching the whole year going into 2024. And then next year, we have a ton of inside years. So if you guys are confused by any of this, let me know. And if there's anything specific you're not looking at, or if there's anything specific I'm not looking at you'd like me to look at, also let me know. And now that we've covered the things on the higher time frames, we'll quickly get that set up. And there is gappers and stuff. We will talk about those shortly. We got more than enough time, but I want to make sure that everything is set up and everyone knows what we're looking at before we get into those. So yeah, my rule is not to hold anything overnight unless I have free runners. The market is cycle on steroids. Well, if you're going to hold overnight, you need to have overnight signals in force, quarter, year, month, week. Those are the only things in force overnight. And you have to be careful of daily continuity change. And also SPY, we did pop to the bottom of our try currently, still inside week, so potential exhaustion down here as they made new lows. Got to be careful, and we're seeing inside 60s, so they might recover some of this before the open. And this try here, for those wondering, all it is 2-2-day reversal, 2 up, 2 down on Monday, hit its magnitude. So these two bars here went outside of that, and you're still inside of last week's range. So given there's no actionable signals in here, we got to be careful of the lower time frame ones that could send us back through. UNH. All right. So give me a sec. Let me get all of this stuff set up. And we will quickly talk about the upside list and the gappers once I can get to those. the 2nd of the month, turnaround Tuesday. Yeah, we can still see some tech, so we'll get to those upside lists in a second. This tech is still holding strong. It looks like we do get some recovery on ES off those lows, the bottom of that try, so we will keep an eye on that stuff. But I want to get my 3, because I do have positions in a couple of these, so I want to keep them on my screen for myself as well. All right. So we are seeing a little bit of recovery on Qs right away. So we'll see. We still have some inside day names from yesterday that had the strength. We'll see if those are gapping as well or if they're holding stronger. So you can see something like Meta. We have potential to go 3-2 week, but we don't want to buy that. So we would look to take it off the inside day to do that. So not far, what, 550 to, yeah, so $1.77. And you do have an inside 4-hour there as well to quickly trigger that. There's also TXN, which is RevStrat days, so we can keep an eye on that one as well. And that could trigger the week. It's like ACAM's not trading pre-market, so we'll have to just wait and see. We did have AVGO, which is going to be a high dollar name for those of you guys that like to trade those. And that one's still opening relatively strong. So with the gap down, if we were to recover any of that off the open, we could see those signals go and force to the upside. So we will keep an eye on those. So I'm going to keep NTR. That one's going to be a gapper, so I definitely want to keep that one up. And then DVN, I might just throw it on my other screen so we can keep the potential upside list up here. Do you have anything on your list, Sarah, that you're looking at specifically to the upside? And I will get to free chat in a second if you guys have anything that you're looking for from me. Yeah, so upper left, these will be the upside setups off the daily that we'll be looking at right off the rip. And I'm very curious to see if ACAM sets up and triggers today. Looks like pre-market, they have like a $3 spread, so we don't really know exactly where it's opening. But this one was strong, and if we, I'll pull it up quickly on the month and you'll see. You can see compared to last month where everything went red and 2 down, this one stayed 2 up. It didn't go bright green, but it did not reverse. So we go to the week, 3-1-1. So that could go 3-1-2 in force if the daily signal today, RevStrat, goes in force and can take out all these guys. So would love to know about that one just because of that. I'm not sure. Let's make sure those spreads aren't too bad. Yeah, so there's good open interest on the 110 at the monies, and there's also open interest on the 105 in the monies. Amazon, yeah. So just shout the tickers out. We can go and look at them, and if they're looking good, I can put them on my list. So Amazon, so yeah, this would be an example of something they bought on Monday, so much stronger than the relative market. And today, you'd want to see it continue, but only thing is you're opening dead center of that previous range. Or if I mark out pre-market price, you're going to see dead center of that previous range. So how are you going to go 2 up or 2 down? You're nowhere near doing it. And if we're going on the 60s, you're RevStrat and forced to the downside and then right away exhausted. So when we're looking at this, it's not even a broadening formation yet. So actually kind of stuck. Let's see. Yeah, so you're going to be right in the lows of this try and be forming an inside day right off the rip. Might be able to take all these guys out, but I don't know if we'd be weak enough to go 2 down or strong enough to go 2 up today. Tesla. All right. Yeah, so Tesla gapping lower. Yeah, so when we're seeing this, you're going to be inside day. You're going to be gap down inside 4 hour down. So high risk of going RevStrat 1-3. You're also still inside week, so stuck there, and still inside month. If you can negate the month open by going 2 down today, that would be of interest because you can see the try. These 2 bars went outside of that bar. These 3 went outside of these 2. Now, 2-2 reversal yesterday, if they can start coming back through and go 2 down, we could take that and that. And then that would get you back into that month shooter to the downside right here. UNH today, let's see it. So that's another example of something they bought yesterday. So that's going to be in the healthcares. And that's going 1-3-2 month in force. So if that can stay up there, you've got that and the quarter 3-1-2 up. So you got good looks over there from Georgia. And you've got 3-2 days. So be careful of that potentially coming back in if you can't get out and stay out of that. And what you'll notice is it's going continuation on the 60 to do that. So ideally, if you're trading a 3-1-2 day, you want the setup, or a 3-2 day. You want the setup because that setup's in force for, let's say, 60 minutes, and you can put that 3-2 up in force. When you're going continuation like this, especially with a very slight gap higher, that's like screaming at me, don't buy me right away. You don't want to see it gap fill, and ideally you want to see 60-30 signals set up for that one. If not, like the 5er, something to manage your risk better. What do I think of Tesla? Just mentioned it. Nice. So coin. Yeah, so everyone's looking at coin here. I do see your potential 3 on the week. Just remember, still inside, still inside. And if it can get down there, you can trigger your 1-3-2-2 or 3-1-2-2 RevStrat quarter, which is something on our list for financials. But you'll notice compared to the other financials, that one's still a little bit stronger. So like SCHW, that one's already triggered it. And you're going to see that one's gapping lower. So what does that tell us? Financials, those are pretty weak. So if we go to XLF, you can see those are gapping to be closer to 2 down here, continuing the 3-2 from yesterday. So coin, they're still on the 3. So you're a couple days behind on coin. Doesn't mean you can't trade it, but we still want to know what's in force, what's not, because that's going to help you at least figure out which ones have that magnitude. And that means if you're looking at XLFs, there is Upstart started coming down or not. Yeah, so Upstart went 2-2 yesterday, potentially continue today, and that could take the week down, but nowhere near doing it for now, but you are bright red. And I think there was, let's see. Yeah, so I just had coin, SCHW, Upstart, FIS. So FIS would be the other one. You can see that one's nice and red on the week. That's what we like to see. Then the quarter is about to go Rev, Strat, and Force. And if you look at FIS compared to the rest of these, that one's 2 down year. So that's good to see. Compare that to coin. Coin's 2 down, but green. So buyers are here still. Or at least they were here. If that month's red, we have no sign of them. Awesome. Gappers. So HPQ. So HPQ gapping into nothing. Could be close to going 2 up week, but nowhere near for now. No, you have daily 2-2 in Force, so we could have all day if that stays up there. But what I would say more than likely is gap and crap. Just because doji, slight gap higher, potential 3. Let's see VIX. So look at VIX here. So this is something we talked about a lot a couple weeks ago. Right down here off the lows, you got 15ers hammers that set this whole thing in motion. So now we go like this. And guess what? You're sticking out of that try for now. So that's telling you more pain to come. Which, as far as SPY and stuff goes, if we go back to ES, those are still 2 down. So as long as we get signals confirming that, such as the inside shooter 60, that's still good. So we can look for that to keep going, take out last week's lows, and put that quarter 2 down. And that being said, we'll see. They're kind of just sitting there. We have the inside stuff, so they need to go 2 down on that weekly basis to get us going. They're destroying small caps? Absolutely. DVN, I'm all over that one. We have about 10 minutes till the open, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. And just to reiterate, for those in premium chat, we're going to have a lot more eyes on free trading chat today, so feel free to come down there. I did link it up. Yeah, Sarah linked it as well at 8:09. Peace up for now. It looks like we might open right under that pivot trigger. Hopefully we don't. I'd like to take it right away. Jolts at 10 a.m. Nice. Yeah, and that's the other thing. If we do take everything down today, the only signal we have is on that 2-day time frame that lasts today. So if the quarter stays in force, we can continue to take 60s, 30s, 15ers, everything to confirm that quarter. But we're at risk of exhaustion risk down here, so we need to know that. And normally, if we go to see what the news is, you're going to see we do get unemployment claims later this week, which is red folder. That's something to know about. And yeah, we have jolts this morning. And then next week, we have the important stuff. We have PPI, CPI, all of that jazz. So if we can set up stuff in the next week, that'd be awesome. Rev strat on MU. DVN, 2 hour right off the rip to take the day 2 down. You could look at it right then. Because that's a signal. It's in force on the month, in force on the week. You have every reason to believe it's going lower. Take the 2260. MU rev strat day. Let's see. That's not a rev strat. That is potential 2-2. And you did take out last week's highs, so you're not stuck. So you're countering what they did on Monday. You could look for that. Your magnitude's not that big. You got 70 cents, so you don't want to see it keep going. The only thing is, when we look at MU, how are you getting out of this mess? Up, down, up and down, stuck. So what do we need to see there? Rev strat month. Which, if they go outside week off the 2-2 day, that can happen. So if that works, what does that set up? That's what you need to know about. And it really wouldn't set up anything, just continuation. Myrna, let's see. Yeah, so Myrna, we did have the inside day there. Tells you it's stronger than the rest. Now getting closer to 2 down. So what you'd want to know about there is your try. You can see this. This goes outside bar of these 2 bars, right? Then get down here. If they start triggering back through, you could look to take that out. If it works, and that would be under, looks like 101.50 on the dot. The only thing is, ideally, we want stuff closer to last week's lows. But you change that continuity. Myrna was on our list for what? Inside month. What does that inside month do? 2 down quarter, so nothing there. The 6 month is inside and down. That's good. The year, 2-1-2 to the downside. You got exhaustion risk, which is what formed that inside month. Now, if they want to keep going, they can start puking through this. So if we go to the monthly basis there, your next pivot's way down here. So we got to make note of the fact we don't have targets, but we have these 2 pivots to take out, and then we don't know. It's like we just need to see them continue if they're going to do it. So you technically could take it inside and down, and if that works, you will trigger the month, or at least get close to doing it. And if that stays down there after making new lows to this, like 94, 96, then you could try and hold it, keep going. But ideally, we want the stuff like DVN, where it's you got the week in force, now you got the month 3-2, and now the quarter's in force too. So it's like we got a lot of reasons to believe that thing's going lower. And we're about to take the year 2 down. So it's like we got a lot of stuff going on over there. Myrna, we need to see that month get down there. Got about 6 minutes to the open here. And it looks like slight recovery on DVN. So we'll be hopefully around to get that 60 down. Looks like NTR, a little bit of recovery as well. And I'm not sure we mentioned NTR, exactly what we're looking at there. If we go to the month, or actually, no, we did. Never mind. Just making sure. And what I need to set up is my index list up at the top left so we can see what's going on. Yeah, so I guess quick sector overview. We already know XLUs really got killed. Also XLEs, we know those 2 are the ones getting sold this week. Outside of that, you get some materials in XLB taking the week down, and that on the monthly basis is just continuation. On the quarterly basis, you do have 2-2-2, so the quarterly is trying to come back through its try, but not much range on that stuff. But within materials, I believe NTR is actually going to be a part of that. Could be wrong. Yeah, and then XLF's expanding that daily 3. So now that everything's gapping lower, if those XLKs technologies start going down, we have the whole market 2 to the downside on the daily. So that is going to be very important to know about, because that'll tell us At least we should expect it. And it looks like, so between, we have XLU Utilities, XLE Energies, and then XBI Biotechs, which I do not have any tickers for you on biotechs, but those are going to be the three weakest in the market as it sits now. J&J, so it triggered down yesterday. I actually did not get to look at that this morning. So it triggered down yesterday. As far as where it's opening, I don't see pre-market data. So when you see a big wick like this, we are gapping lower, so the sellers are still here from the looks of it. What we would need to see is that 60 stay in force. So if that 2260 works, you could try and take out all these guys, and that would take you 2 down day. And that would be coming back through what? This broadening formation, where these bars go outside of this stuff. Now the 2-2 right here, if that works, you get 60 minutes to do that. Try and take this out. Then it could get puking again, so that can be another 60-minute trigger off the rip. You just will have a slight gap down. So it is really inside. You're going to have to be careful because you have that huge lower wick on the day. And normally, when you see this huge lower wick, we prefer it to go inside. But if the whole market falls apart, I can totally see that stuff trying to work. Going into the open, you got a couple minutes. You still got ES 2 down in green, but this doesn't flip for another 30 minutes, so that could change. Yeah, so it looks like Qs are 2-2 down, 60s right at the open. Same with SPY. Same with IWM. And DIA. So simultaneous 60s down right off the rip. We'll see if those can do what we are looking for. And to reiterate, we got a minute. DVN on the 60s. If that doesn't gap, we could look to that. And J&J, thanks for reminding me. We could also look at that off the 60s. And then NTR is a gapper, so we'll see what that one wants to do. And I will put the Qs up here since they have the daily actionable. We'll keep that up. And then anything on the upside, we'll have to wait and see because with the 60s down right away, there is no upside, at least for the first hour, unless these go potential threes. And you said cost is strong. Yeah, ZS, I saw that one was looking pretty decent. All right. Good morning, Mr. Market. So right away, gap down green, QQQ, stays inside day. SPY, gap down green, but still in force technically under that 60 low, so we'll give them a second. And DVN did pop down and go green, so still inside day. And that was right off the rip, so I have no position. J&J is 2260 in force. And NTR gap down green, so if you're in that one from yesterday, you could look to cover some if you wanted to on the gap down. Cost did go 2 up days, so for those that are looking at that one, you do have the strength there. So ACAM, that one's going the other way. All right, SPY Qs looks like potential green to red move on the 60s. Looks like Qs is holding its own for now, still a bit green inside date. And see, IWM took yesterday's lows out, so if that goes red, that's in force. And we can see Meta gap lower, so that's nowhere near triggering upwards. Let's go on the other side of the range. Apple, I wouldn't be long in Apple. That's so inside day, there's nothing there for us. Tesla puke, nice. The 4-hour went red and down. So you did trigger inside down, 312 down Tesla for those that trade that one. As long as that stays in force under 247.88, you'd look for confirming signals to 242.62, and that's still going to be inside a week after that. IDBM goes green to red. NTR green to red, puke. So that's inside 60 and force to the downside right now. J&J on the 60 does come back, so that one stays inside day. Don't want to hold on to that if you were able to try and take it off the rip. And so far, SPY and Qs, they're still up there. So we see the weak stuff like NTR coming back to the lows, but still SPY's green. QQQ is green slightly. IDBM slightly green as well still. So give them some time, let them open. In Tesla, the reason you want to be careful of that inside day is if you go your 5-minute and draw that broadening formation out, you're right at the bottom of it. Which is why you want confirming stuff. In Qs, red to green, so now they're going into morning highs. There's not really a big rush to get into this stuff since the indexes are still inside week. Yeah, so something like NVIDIA, good call. You're inside week and forced to the upside. So if you get confirming signals there, we have something telling us that should be moving. So that's not the worst thing to look at. DVN retriggers the 60s lower. Boeing, still inside on the day. And 2 down month. So it is popping up, but that's not going to last if you don't have signals to make it do it. And J&J did go in back and forth, so that one is trying to get back down there. We still have another, 56 minutes on that. So far, though, IWM green going into morning highs. SPY green still. Q's green still as well, but not back into the previous hour yet. So we're still just seeing what? Double inside day on Q's, which is real boring. And on SPY, still inside. IWM was only on weak enough to take yesterday's lows. And DIA still inside, so no reason to start rushing into positions. If DIA or if BA goes and takes yesterday's highs, you get the rev strat back up. So that would be something to know about in my book. Looks like J&J off its retrigger is trying to reach lower now. Just made new lows on the day and hit its 60 magnitude. And XLVs are negating their open, which is healthcare's. So we have like AMGN coming back through its outside month with the 2-2 week in force. You could look for confirming signals on that stuff to form. DIA negates its open, so now back to red. We need to see him go 2 down though. IDBM is 2 down and trying to go shooter on the lower time frames. We got 15er Momo shooter forming on that one. Q's still going into the highs, so strength in tech for now. And what that tells us is we can look at any tech that's trying to take new highs out. And scanning the whole market for stocks making new highs, there's 3 tech names. It's Intel and ACN. So that's it. And if we scan for things that are taking out yesterday's lows, I bet the list is going to be a lot bigger. DVN goes back to 60s in force under 45.47. There are potential outside fivers coming back down. Yeah, so things taking out yesterday's lows, the list is gigantic. So not seeing buyers across the market, just some green on the indexes. So I'm going to imagine that's going to be correct. We'll see. And today is Tuesday, so the second 60 of today, that will be the decoupling of the day, week, and 60. Inside fivers forming on NTR. Nice. You had that Momo shooter on WFC. Sarah, was that from, do you take the 3-2 yesterday, or were you just watching it? So cost is on the move. It's just going to be Momo hammer day in force. On the week, we do go 3-2, and that stays 3-2 above 572.18. And above that, we're also now month 2 up. So if you stay 3-2 up on the week, you can look for confirming 15, 30, 60 signals to try and get that. Looks like you had a 15er right at 14.45. So far, these indexes inside tells us it's a day to be a little bit more patient. No reason to lose money quicker. Procter & Gamble, PG. You got Hammer Day, PMG off the lows. So that can stay up there. First 15ers bright green. And we now have inside fiver, 3-1 PG. That could confirm the day hammer in force. Intel, it's the only one taking yesterday's highs. Yep, 3-2 day on Intel in force, 2-2 week in force as well. So tells us we have all day and all week if that can stay up there. Currently, looks like it's moving off lower time frame signals, the 1 minute. And right on the new fivers, they do pull back. So we'll see if we can find confirming stuff or if they're going to go 3-3 day there. And that's because we don't really see the big buys coming in across the market, do we? We just see them on select names. So you can see like fivers on SPY, they're getting closer to coming back in. And that would negate the open. So that'd be indexes back to full time from continuity down. And DVN just made the hour go back in force. So you can see if that inside 5 does form on Intel or not. Nice, Sarah. Right to the bottom of the try, pretty much to the penny. Popped out of it like 10 cents. But you can see Intel, this try here is the 61. This 5er is forming outside of it, so that'd be Momo hammer to the upside, confirming the weakened day. So we can look for that to happen. It would need to form. And if they're going to go real quick, they could do it off of a lower time frame, but we'd prefer to see that 5er go inside and up. J&J stuck. So don't want to keep that one up here. So far, Tesla looks like a mess. It's still inside day, which is where your problems lie. See, Intel, it looks like it's coming off the 1ers. It's about to make new highs and go 2-2 continuation. It's close to doing it. Amazon puking. Yeah, a little bit. You'd want to see that 2-2 day on Amazon if they're really going to get going anywhere. Start going around the horn to see what's going on. So Intel does go 2 up 5ers. No inside 5 and up. It's coming off the 1ers. NTR off your inside 5er does make new lows. DVN's popping back down again. No signals on that one to get into though. The crowd slightly red on the week. Shooter day in force. No good. Roblox, I know a lot of people are watching that one. That one's gap down green after daily magnitude, so you get exhaustion risk and inside 5er. They're going to potentially try and come back through if they can't negate the daily open back red. And they're really buying Intel, so if you can find a way in, the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, any of those signals that work, you can hold on to. Currently, you're getting some corrective off the highs. It is hitting its daily pivot target, so you get short-term exhaustion risk, 36.25. So we might see some TTO in there. And we just opened new 15er, so second 15er of the day that can change, either confirm or negate what we know about the first 15er. So now that that 15er is red, you want to see that 15 green if we're going to be trying to buy it. If it's inside red on Intel, we don't want to be trying to long that stuff. DVN does have a little doji shooter 15er if they're going to try and get those 60s to actually puke into the lows. Currently still inside though. CVNA triggered the week down. Yeah, so what signals do you have? You got the RevStrat month CVNA. So now you know 38.26. If you can stay below that, any confirming signals on the day, week 30/60s would be of interest. NTR on the 5ers made new lows and is coming green inside 15 back the other way for now. On CVNA, I don't see any lower time frame signals, so we'd like to see it TTO a bit. So far, SPY dead stuck It has been trending up, but new 15ers going inside fiver as well. So 15ers inside, weak inside. No fun. And the day inside. Real stuck. Qs, those go 225ers now on the 15ers just opening. Double inside day, inside week. So these things are getting super stuck on the indexes. You might see inside fiver cost set up right at the highs. And we did have inside 5 up PG, which is still good, hasn't reversed. It's inside fiver right now as well. Still has some daily magnitude as well. So if they're going to do that PMG, that inside fiver could bring you to day target. And if it can stay up there, see it go further. We got to make note that that is still 2 down week. So we'd need that day to be in force if we're going to get any upside stuff. Yep, Netflix. So shooter day down Netflix, you're negating what we know about the first day of the week. So anyone that bought on Monday potentially turns into a seller. You're still going to be inside month and inside week. So you'd want to get under 371.1 or else you're still stuck in there. As far as things on the move to the upside, DOW, day 2-2 into weekly inside and up. And cost off of its inside fiver looks like you are still getting to the upside. It just went into new highs. PG currently double inside fiver. If that reverses, I don't want to stick around. We can see NTR did reverse, now back to daily open doji day. So it's going to close, or it's going to set up closer to going hammers on the 60-minute if we were to stay up there. So we'll have to wait and see if that were to set up again. Intel went inside 5 and up, so we had a reconfirming signal of the day and week signal in force there. The thing on Intel is your next daily pivot target way up above. So if that starts reversing, we want to make sure we don't get too stuck in that, because 38.1 from 36.4, that's a pretty sizable move. So we'd prefer to have some nice big TTOs. They're still up there though, so we'll see. And PG with this double inside fiver forming right at high day. Netflix raising price. Yeah, so Netflix just went 3. That's why you don't want to trade stuff that's stuck inside a week way down there. So if that were to hold its move, you get 2-2 weekend force, but we'll have to wait and see and let them digest that news. And if you want to trade Netflix, you get on the oneer. You just got inside oneer forming on Netflix. So if that were to hammer up and go 2-1-2, you got your measured move right there. And that could measured move you towards the weak magnitude. But it's already outside day, so they could also come back in. That's why we like to have continuity and have everything confirming everything else. Makes it easier to know what's going on. And so far, it looks like costs are still at the highs off the fivers, still 2 in. Intel on that confirming fiver made new highs and is starting to come back in. If that goes red, you wouldn't want to stick around. You'd want to look for a new signal. So that sent Q's off its 2215, I'm guessing, with the Netflix news coming out. Still double inside day, but strong enough to not make new lows, so that's a positive at least. And IWM still can't get into yesterday's range, so we still see weakness over there. And within the IWM, it looks like financial stuff is still shooter, counter, hammer, 15er setting up. And that stuff's bright red weak, so if that goes shooter 15ers, that could confirm that stuff. Intel failed its 2-1-2 fiver, and the reason you don't want to hold that is because a failed 2-1-2 turns into a rev strat off high day. So we'd rather see it rev strat and set up again than stick around and watch it do that to us. Jolts in 6 minutes. Exciting. Is the jolts going to get us out of these inside days is the question. SPY now, green on the day for now, still inside, so we don't know if that's going to stay that way. We do have the first 30-minute flip of the day in 6, so we'll see if that can get a signal in force for us there so we can have some direction. There goes Netflix. Double inside oneers to the upside makes new highs. So they're going to try for that weak magnitude, and that stuff sits 399.47 as long as they don't come in off those highs. Cost 3-minute signals off high day, pulling back. 5-minute shooters off high day as well. Looks very similar to Intel. Netflix failing those highs. Interesting. So Netflix spikes and Disney spikes because of it. Because now Disney's going to raise. You have hammer week on Disney if that news is going to happen. But your big ol' outside day right at the highs. We do see inside 15 forming NTR. Hammer. Oop. Let me see. What is setting up on the 30s? Light lower low on the oneer on Netflix. And all this, it's like we have some news stuff coming out, but legitimately, most of the market isn't moving. So if you're not trading or not getting a part of any of this stuff, don't be worried about it, because there's a lot better action to come once we're not trading inside weeks, inside days on these indexes. That being said, though, we don't have any signals on any of the time frames there besides, like we said, that 2-day chart on ES, and that's it. So it might take a while for these signals to start setting up again on these. It looks like you are getting costs now back under the previous high a day. So let's just go around and take a look at these. So the problem is we do have IDBM down there, so we want to keep that one monitored, see if that's going to set up signals, kind of like this 15er potentially going to set up soon with the jolts coming out. But if we go to SPY, since we use multiple time frames, we notice the inside day, and if we turn time frame continuity on, you see this. Inside day, inside week. So this range is now not going to take either week side and not taking either day's side. So your range is anywhere within here, which is not big. $3.60 range isn't what we like. Go to Qs, same deal, inside a week, inside days. But notice you're at the top of the try. So if they're able to get up there, trigger the inside and up, that would show you the strength and your top of the try. So you're either going to start expanding or set up rev strats back through. So we want to monitor stuff like that or IWM. Compare that to DIA. Inside day right at the lows, so that one's closer to making new lows. It's really SPY stuck dead in the middle, which is like the market. It is the market pretty much, so that's a problem. Cost turned it out. Yep, the fibers came back in. Now those 15ers are going to try and come back the other way. We'll see. It's really up to, is that week 3-2 enforced or not? And if it's not, then it's a nothing. So right on the flip, boom, new candles go red. So what does that do on IWM? Lag. That's what it does. So 15ers 222. At least this one's out of the try now. So that one should make new lows. It tells you energies like DVN, potentially NTR inside 15 and down. And you can see right on that, Netflix starts pulling back as well. But still inside Qs and SPY. So if those can take morning lows, we'd have to see them take yesterday's lows. If you can't do that, then this is just going to be chop shop. And see costs, that's why you don't want to hold losers. Either going to go or it's not. And so far, new oneers, they just go inside. So still inside on everything. And you can see energies, they make new lows and they don't stay out. So we're not setting up anything, at least as of now. All the indexes are going inside on the one. Google pivot cluster on the downside. Yeah, but you're so far from doing it. And you took out last week's highs, so it's like that's relatively strong still. That's what makes it tough. And you can see that RevStrat Intel just hit its magnitude. So there it is. And that triggers 322 15ers. So they're trying to negate the daily open. There's inside oneers down. So if you're watching Google, you got that. But Q's inside down. It's about to make new lows. IDBM inside down. See if that hits a 15 magnitude as well. SPY already made new low a day, so closer to going 2 down day, but we need to see it happen. So it looks like we got most stuff taking out morning lows. XLKs are just about to do it. But now, SPY, let's see. So SPY, slight lower low to yesterday's range. We would like to see it stay out if they're actually going to do anything. And right away, it just goes right back in. So now it's just 2 down doji. So 15ers on Qs, you're able to put those two 15ers outside of the previous one. Now it's just sitting right above yesterday's lows, right at the bottom of its internal try on the 15-minute time frame. Currently trying to get out of it on the oneer. Nowhere near last week's lows, though. But if they could get the inside day down, you'd at least have a signal there. Expando, yeah. Now IBM is puking under low day. They're really going to let him go, then you don't want to see him come back after hitting their 15 targets. Currently, you can see XLKs. They hit their target. New fibers open, slightly green and 2 down. So you go to Qs. This is the try we're talking about. Let me remove this. So they did close outside of it. So if they can backtest that and stay out of it, then you can keep going. You are 2 down fiver, but we would need to see that happen because you're still inside day. So if we flip over here to the daily, 357.92. So we actually got a penny below yesterday's lows. And since we're so inside weak, more often than not, you'll see these rev strats. So we just got to be careful of that. And IBM still going into new lows. And TR did try its 15ers. We got 9 minutes left on those. Yep, IBM way through its 15er triggers into new low days. So should not come back to your 15er trigger if you're able to snag that, or even off the oneers. There's 2 inside oneers there. we go back to IBM, you can see the daily try that we said. We need to see the 2 down, need to see it stick out of that, and that's what it's doing. So where's it going to go? 1640 or 167.46. So the 15.22 works as long as it stays down there. Currently, we just got new oneers, so we're gonna have to still monitor that because we need to see the rest of the market start kicking in. But the fact that this one's doing it already tells us the rest should continue to break lower, ideally, as long as the rest of the market can get it. You can see Qs with the same simultaneous 15ers down. Now back to inside day and down, so you'd need to see that stay in force under 357.92. Daily magnitude's small, it's only right here. But if they can stay out and keep going, the bottom of the try is much further. We go to SPY now. 2 down day SPY, so the 2-day chart, 2 twos. See if we can take last week's lows, be weak enough to do that at 422.29. And then DIA 3-2 on the 2-day, so 2-2 continuation here on the daily. Pretty weak with IWM. And VIX, you can see right on the jolts, they come back up off of the 15ers as well, opposite. So you go to the day on the VIX. Where's that trying to go? Make new highs. If they can stay up above yesterday's highs, 1971. And if we look at the higher time frame stuff here, VIX potential 3-2 month. So 1971, if we were to stay above that, things really start falling apart. And like we said this morning on IWM, that's the weakest thing in the market currently. Now we have some DIA also trying to take the quarters down, so that's good. So if that starts happening, then you get some big problems because the quarterly triggers on all these things are last week's lows. So if they start getting into those and VIX really starts taking off, that is what we're seeing. And we've got 20 minutes to the new 60 flip. First oneer against on IWM, about to come here at inside oneer up. We'd like to see that rev strat. So downside movers on the day now. SCHW falling apart after quarterly rev strat. So we know that one has a lot of range to get after. Looks like you are popping back up to test that inside day break on the Qs. So we're going to have to keep that in mind. But that means financials. We can see a big red candle for the first 60 of the day. So that being said, we can watch that all day, rest of this week as well. We also have CELH 3-2 day and force to the downside. You got Qs right here retesting its try, so get back down on that winner. Light lower lows here, slight higher highs. So notice we pop back in to test it right away. New actionable signals forming. So looks good if they can keep going down. and trigger those. SPY similarly. And IWM also back testing previous low a day. And with that flip coming in just about 15 minutes, we definitely want to make note of that. So Q's outside fiver is going to close in 1 minute. Potential Momo shooter. SPY will have similar, but 2-2-2 fivers. Randy Jackson. And then IWM, similar as well. Shooter fivers forming. And that would confirm the next 15er to keep going down if those can stay in force. And since Q's has that daily signal in force and IWM's out of its try, we should expect that to work. Those Momo fivers instantly go, so we don't want to see those come back if they're going to start expanding, get that daily magnitude on Q's. And we are already through daily magnitude, so next pivot target on the day is way down there, 353.24, which we have all day to get to the other side of the try like we talked about this morning. So if they can stay down and keep confirming that stuff, then there's a chance. But we'll have to wait and see. Because right now, if we're looking, we have 30s down on Q's. So green 30s and then 2 down, so it's not even actionable. Then we had the fiver. And on the 60, there's 260 in force, and then that is done on the 60 flip, 14 minutes. So when we're looking at Q's, if we get to the 60s here, so you can see there's your shooters back down. IWM makes new lows, should keep going. If we go to Q's, notice there's no pivot targets to take out here. That's going to be the problem if we can't see sellers continue to be aggressive. And this 2 up, 2 down 60, that's going to be good for another 14 minutes. Once that expires, we've got nothing. It would just be continuations. The only thing we have is inside day and down, which has exhaustion risk here. So we have the rest of this fiver and the rest of the 60 to see how far we can get down to get to the potential other side of the try. Yeah, DVN, slight lower low on the day. That's because you go to XLEs, they're not getting sold today. That's why you go to XLFs, those are getting sold right now. So we would prefer to stick on those, at least for now. We have, looks like JPM going into previous lows with the SCHW. And you do have your 3-2 down on coin. It just hasn't made new lows yet, so still holding relatively strong, at least compared to the rest of the market. We do have simultaneous breaks that we noted on the list this morning, or actually on Sunday. So I'm going to start looking at those and see if those are starting to move. And they're in the tech sector, so like TDC. That one is day down. We'll see. D-Dog. D-Dog is 3-2 down, so we can see if that confirms. DT, nice. RNG. Yeah, so those things, they're starting to peel back in a little bit, just not super weak yet, just slightly red on the weeks. So we'll see coming into the next flip how many signals we can set up. This fiver will expire in 1 minute, and then all you're going to have is that 60 in force, so 60 in day. Brand new fivers open right away inside green. Yeah, so XLRE and XLFs and XLKs look to be the leaders, at least as of now. But right away, XLKs no longer in force on the day, so it's a nothing. Qs is still in force on the day, I believe. Yeah, so Q is still in force on the day right now, which is good. We just need to see signals form to confirm that. So we'll see if we close these fivers inside or not. ELF from the weekly into quarterly list, that has triggered the week down. So if we can find signals to confirm that stuff, that would be great. And you can see right on those new fivers, we're inside corrective coming back the other way for now. And those 15ers as well. We had the 15ers 2-2s. Notice that signal is expired. So still 2 down 15er for now. We have another 9 minutes for that, but we need signals to form within that to keep it going, which these fivers go 2-1-2, that would do that. We're starting to see some pop up on the banks. Financials are inside up off the lows. See if those TTOs can set up for us. DVN8, let's see it. It could even, let's see, 15ers close in 8 minutes. So yeah, we could watch for that one on the next flip. And the next one's going to be 60 flip. So anything that can go 2 down 60 after that morning dump is still going. So we'd want to know about those, such as potentially Qs. We can get the fivers going again. Same with SPY, potential fivers again. IBM as well, potential fivers again. And DIA as well. So simultaneous inside fivers across the indexes. Could even watch ELF off the fiver too. Coin Roblox inside 30s. So SCHW setting up right at the lows at the 3 minute. Nice. I'll get a scan and see if we got anything else setting up there. The Q's getting close to going back to the lows. That fiver still good. Have they reversed it? No. 3-2 down, inside bar. 1 minute for the fivers to close and trigger. Here's new fivers. You'd like to see those go inside and down to confirm. If they stay double inside, they're doing nothing. Right away, inside fivers are green, so they might go inside and up if they stay that way. And we got 5 minutes to the 60 flip. IDBM goes fivers up. Nowhere near the 15er triggers, so if you have that stuff, you can partial stuff and see if they're going to set up TTOs, which if we're looking at the threes, since we went outside fivers, we can draw that out and potentially see that happen. ES, yeah, ES made the new low, so we did get exhaustion risk there as well. The good thing is if we go to SPY, ooh, SPY just missed it, so not weak enough to take out last week's lows. That's no good. And if that's pretty much just as bad as making the new low, because now we're still stuck to this week. You can see high and low. So going into the new flip, they're going to be closer to reversing the 15s. Nowhere near the 30s, though. So you're going to go dead inside on the 30 minute. And Qs, we had the rest of that 60 to keep going, and we got stuck down here if that 5 were exhausted. So we're very close to the daily trigger, which means that could go out of force if they're strong enough to try and reverse this, which so far inside. So they're still good from here. We need to see them go inside down on the new flip to start confirming this stuff all again. Looks like IBM, you see the 5 pop up and go shooter, so we'd like to see that confirm into the next one. And going into the flip, it looks like Sarah's got Roblox and CVNA. So Qs does stay inside fiver, 1 minute to the flip, and then if they break that fiver up, new flip is inside and green. That would be a problem. Break it down, you're reconfirming the day inside and down, and that can try and keep going. If we go to SPY, right at the lows, also multiple bar inside bar pattern here to that with the shooter as well. So if they can get that in force, they could try and take the 60s 2 down again and actually try and finally get the 2 down weak. Then after that, we don't know. We get exhaustion risk. We do have the quarter signal, but that's only going to last so long because we need those confirming ones. So right away, you can see they pop them lower, but slight lower low and then slightly green. So if they're going to rev strap back through, you got to know about that. We just flipped the new 60s, and we have now decoupled the day, week, and 60-minute time frames. So we can check time frame continuity and see what's moving. Actually, the week and month are still coupled. So right away, 2 down in green, 60 SPY, 2 down green, 60 Qs. IDBM also 3 2 down fivers and then slightly green on the 60s. And looking at ELF, I see the outside fiver. So if they can TTO that, we could look for signals back through that little try. And what we want to see is we don't want to see these 60s go bright green, because as long as we're still 2 down on the Qs here, that's still technically lower high, lower low. But if we start going outside, then we're reversing on the 5 minute, which is no good. You start doing that, we potentially have the chance to put that daily signal out of force. Corrective activity, yeah. And as far as corrective activity goes, when we say that, what do we want to see? What are we talking about? So if we go to SPY here, we'll actually go to ES. Since it made the new low, it'll be a little easier to look at. So you can see nice bright red everything. So that's good. We're making the new lows. That's good. We're no longer stuck inside weak. When we say we want corrective, we want these gray bars, or these bars that are against the higher time frame continuity. So if we turn the 60s on, you're going to see all of these green bars, or gray in this case, are corrective against the day, week, month being red, right on the new monthly open and quarterly open. So what we'd want to see is make that new low and then corrective green candlesticks that set up signals to come back through those. So now that we've done this, if we do start pulling back in, how are we not going to get stuck inside hour to that on the SPY? That would be no good. Yeah, and Qs now coming back through on the fivers. They just went outside, so that's a 1 bar reversal. Technically, baby little try here. So with that outside fiver, we do make a new try. So the question would be, are we going to take that out and keep going, or are we going to get the reversals back through? And you can see all red, all red. This would be considered corrective, but since we're at exhaustion, we know that can start changing some continuity on the second flip of the day right here. Currently, though, staying down on the day. So if you're in from a 15er, this is not really messing with you at all here. So as long as that day stays in force, you're still good down there. We just need to see confirming signals set up. And IWM, that one's way out of the try. So as long as that one doesn't come back to the 15ers down to confirm and get out of that daily try, that one's going to its quarter magnitude. So let's see what we set up. Looks like SCHW is doing some corrective. See bright red day, bright red month. The week's definitely going to be bright red. So if we can get any amount of buying in here and signals back lower, that'd be awesome. The Q's 3-2 up fiver, so trying to expand that 3 to get back down to the 1er. Popping right into the highs of it. Question is, can we get back in and stay down? IWM still just consolidating at the lows. You can see Qs. They did try and go inside oneers back in, but now we're going to be stuck where? Actually not stuck. So potential 3225ers, that would reconfirm the day down. And the 60 is 2 down, so that'd get that thing back to red. You do have CVNA from Sarah. She mentioned on the 15ers. And that one is RevStrap month. Its first pivot target 360 or 3642. So it's right near where this 15er is triggering. But if you can stay below that and keep going, you got the rest of the RevStrat to go after. Yeah, I want to see IWM hit its quarter its quarter pivot. That's what I'm looking for. Elf off the fiber is trying to make the new lows. BA still inside day inside 60, so you're gonna have to go inside and up 60 if you're gonna do anything. And DIA is going down, just took out the morning lows, so we'd prefer the things moving lower since the whole market is 2 down and red. We are exhausted, so we do have to keep that in mind. In Qs, you can see slight lower low, and now potential 221ers back through, so gotta make note of that baby little try down there. You're gonna chop them up. And the question we always want to know is, how are we going to get outside of this try here? Because as long as we're stuck inside it, they'll ping pong back and forth, right? Once we can take out one side, we'll start expanding, making some good range like IBM did this morning on the 15s after retesting its try. Which now, Momo Shooter 15ers on IBM. Also, Elf slamming into the lows. It is a lower volume name, so just keep that in mind. But closing in closer to its weekly pivot target if they can stick down there. And we do see financials going for their outside 15ers, so we'll see if that's going to be a nice TTO setup for us. Obviously, if we go to SCHW, there is no weak signal. They're just bright red, so we know they're selling it. The month is 2 down, so there's no signal there. The only signal we have is this quarter, so that needs to stay in force. But if we can create new 15, 30, 60s, that'd be good. So now Qs, they did TTO a bit. Outside oneers, see if they can set up to try and go low again. But now you can see it's like this try stuck inside of this one, so the range got even smaller. ELF down a buck from the shooter fiver. That triggered the hour to go continuation lower. 100.5 is the weekly pivot target ELF, and what that would do is trigger the shooter quarter to the downside, 100.5. And if it could stay under that, not get exhaustion risk and start popping back up, 78.89 is the quarter magnitude, so that's about 30% on the stock. So you can see cues, they go outside winner here, slight lower low, not staying out, there's right back through. So now this is getting stuck inside of the small winner try. Chop chop. That being said, on ELF, a lot of volume coming in at the lows. If that were to come back, I would not want to hold on to that. And I was using the 1020 expiration, so further dated stuff. And ideally, I want to stick around and wait, see if we set up new 60-30s to try and confirm these things that are going in force on the quarterlies or the weeklies. And as far as sectors go, we get tons of sells in the XLEs, which most of those are going inside day today. So tomorrow we can look for those to go inside and down. Things like DVN that went 2 down today and just aren't doing anything. We can see if they were to set up, but for the most part, those things are probably setting up for tomorrow. We do have energy numbers tomorrow, so they could either go inside and up and negate what we know about the week or confirm it by going inside and down. I would bet inside and down, but energy numbers we'll want to know about. Other things getting really sold, I mentioned XLBs this morning. We do have a couple materials on the list. It looks like NTR is the only big one, which we had on our gappers list. That one's still just hanging out at the lows, so we'll see if it sets up. Every 60, we'd want to recheck that one. And outside of that, you got some industrial stuff. And let's see. And then ELF, that's going to be on the list as well with the week to trigger the quarter. So still going to hold on to that. New 15ers open, and ELF goes right away 2 down. And if you want, I can throw that one up here. So had the week trigger earlier, and then shooter fiver right here to get in. That's weekly magnitude, 100.5. And then below that, that's your quarter trigger. Q's back to 2s down on the oneers, trying to get out of that try. We'll see. Still real stuck. And you'll see, why is it stuck? Double inside fiver. So inside 5 and down, you could start slamming the lows. That'd look good. Start confirming that daily again. IDBM with their Momo 15er. That one went straight into the lows here. We mentioned that. So that thing stays in force in red. That's good. Especially from 15ers up here. Why is hazelnut coffee so good? I like me a mean bean Java Monster. That's what I've been going with for coffee. SCHW, outside 15er, inside in red 15er. So that means they're coming back in off the 5s right now. If that could go 3-2, that'd be good. Get you into the lows. GS, of course. Yeah, guys, if you have anything you want me to look at, just shout it out. And if it's moving, we would like to know about it. Yeah, so GS, nice. That was not on my list. So inside month down triggers quarter rev strat. So you got month and quarter in force, which is 2 signals. So any confirming signal on the day, 60 or week, that's going to be a 3rd signal. So that's good. And then the 2nd hour of the day, right away 2 down. So that's also good. The way you get into this stuff, since it's trending really hard, you can take 2-2 continuations if you want to chase it. I normally would not suggest that, but we'd ideally want to see some type of setup. It looks like they're coming off the 5ers and the lower time frames like the 1ers today. So I'd suggest the 5ers for GS. It looks a little bit more illiquid. Tells us we can look at MS. So Morgan Stanley, also bright red, about to make new lows on the day. That one's inside 15 and down. JPM is trying to go 15ers down as well. It's right at yesterday's lows. So XLFs second hour of the day still getting killed. So where are they going to try and go? Ideally 31.26. That's what we'd be looking for, which is way down for your quarterly pivot magnitude. And if you're not in here, that's fine. We can let them TTO. All we need is some green corrective activity. Any of these gray candles, that's what we're looking for. And SCHW, notice the fiver. I was a little late for mentioning it to you guys, but pivot, 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 taking them all out. And that's going to put 3-2 15er corrective activity, new 15 opens, right away selling again. So that's 3-2 reversal back to the downside. They can stay under low a day. They'll try and expand that. You still got Momo 15er IWM at the lows. Qs, you can see right at the bottom of its try here. So question is, are we going to stay out of that or not? And if they go inside and up here, they're trying to pop back in. ELF hit its pivot target, swept below it, and now fiver's the other way. So it's exhaustion risk, and they're probably going to end up popping up. So could close that for a scalp there. Got about 20% on that. And if you don't want to close it, you can try and hold, see if they're going to go inside fives and down, keep going. But if they do end up reversing, that is first reversal against us. We'd want to know. KRE still going, triggered quarter. Nice. You get in that yesterday? Saw your daily right here. Nice. You got the day into the lows and then right. It's like, well, is that slight lower? No, slight higher. Now, bottom of the try, if you get out of that, what would we want to see? Fall off a cliff, ideally. And if they're going to retest, we could see it pop up here and get signals back lower to keep going. Kind of like SPY this morning, or IWM or Qs, where we got the retest of that try and then puke off the oneers. DVN finally dropped a bit. Lag. Should have restarted my computer before our stream today. Look at how laggy. Whew. Nice. I'm holding DVNs. I'm holding all this stuff from yesterday. I gave you guys a list this weekend in free chat, so we still have those positions good. And now, nice and red there, so it looks like we'll see some energies joining the party. That's good. And the reason we see that is because now the 60s go 2 down again, so they're starting to trend. Where are they going? Down here, 42.87. So as long as we can stay down at the lows, we'd like to see it go there with any confirming signals, which from the looks of it, he came off of the, is it 30s? Nah, you had a sideways 30, but we can't see that one. IDBM still slamming the lows. Where's that one going? Qs, there you go. Pop out of the try, close out of there, keep getting. And where's that going? Other side of your broadening formation, we have 353.24, and then we get exhaustion risk 351.36 if they can get all the way down there. We've got all day for that one, so we can check every 30, 60, 15 minutes, look for new confirming signals if we're not in there already. It's called exhaustion risk. So if you don't reverse, you don't reverse. So like ELF, weekly exhaustion risk, it's not reversing. So what's it doing? It's still going down. That's why we call it risk. And one thing we want to note is there's short-term and then there's short-term exhaustion and then there's actual exhaustion. The difference is when if you're full time from continuity down, we know there's signals lower. I would say that's exhaustion risk because you're now making new lows here. If you don't reverse, you're still good. When we're talking about short-term exhaustion, we're talking about if you hit this pivot target, oh gosh, lag. If you hit this pivot target on the way down in this candle, that's short-term exhaustion. You're making a new low to that low, but you're not actually making full new lows. So that's a good distinction to make. So like every time we go into low a day, that's short-term exhaustion risk, which is why whenever we hit a signal and it makes new lows, we're like, new lows, make sure you know about that, because if it starts reversing, you got to get out of the way. And we'll see bright red hours on ELF. So how long do we got for that to keep going? We've got about 47 minutes. And then Qs, what did they do? So we now get closes outside of the try. So as long as we can stay out, stay down there, we would like to see it try and expand. Right now, we don't have any signals to do that. You're going to see it's just 2 down 5er. That's not actionable. 15er is just corrective activity and down, which is good. Not actionable, though. 30 is 2 down, not actionable. So we just need to see them stay out. If they start popping in, we might start forming new signals by TTOing these guys and then setting up signals lower. Same thing goes for like IWM. We're at the lows. We do have this 15er, but that expires in 6 minutes. So if that's going to work, go into the lows and then try and come back, we just stop out of that. We don't want to hold on to stuff that doesn't stay down there. So DVN, I have 2024 puts, the 45s. Those are up 20%. I also have NTR, which it looks like that one might be joining the party. SCHW, so like we said before. Go on the 5er. See how you get shooter 5er in force? Then they make the new low. New 5er opens, so you're at exhaustion risk, short-term exhaustion risk, right? You're at the low of that outside 5er. So if they're not going to keep going, 2 down in green right here, that's back into the 15 try. So now if they go and TTO these guys, we can look for it to set up again to retry. Yeah, so NTR looks like we're finally making new lows on that one as well. There was a 15er shooter. I'm not in on that, but I do have position from yesterday. So I'm going to continue watching the 60-30, see if that sets up. ELF double inside 5 at the lows, so it did not reverse, which means I can still hold that. Now, if we can go inside 5 down, that confirms the bright red 60, confirms the bright red month, and the quarter in force. So that would confirm the quarter and everything else. So Qs pops back into its little try at the lows. Be careful of things ripping back through that. And ideally, we'd want, if it is going to come back through, you'd want to see a close back above that previous low day. So we can mark that out here. So if they're going to really come back through above 356 pretty much, they'd have to get into that. If they're not, we stay out and we retest and just keep puking. So BA, you do have the 15 inside. Nope, that's good. The 30 is inside still, the 60 inside still. So just be careful of that 15er once it's out of force in 4 minutes. If you don't have any other signals triggering, you're at exhaustion risk because you don't have any signals. That'd be a form of exhaustion. The week did just negate red to green though, so that's good. Now you want to see, does that day go rev strats? And if it does, everything's puking. BA puked yesterday and it takes out yesterday's highs. It's like, well, I would want to know about that. And once we close in 4 minutes, we do have the 30s or 60s if that 15er does not trigger those. But good look, spin trades. That's what you want to be looking at. ELF inside 5 down, still good. And if you want, you can always add on these extra position or extra signals. Only thing is you just have to make notes. Like this 5er lasts for 5 minutes and then we get the 30 flip. So things could change right at that 30 flip if they don't reconfirm. So you can take it, just make sure you get your stops nice and tight once that flip starts coming. Because what we'll like to see is new 30s open, right away go red and just keep slamming the lows. That's, if we're going to continue, that's what we really want to see. We don't see any corrective activity back up. They're really going to kill them. You can see DVN, it does slam into the lows. All they had was continuation 60. So now what would we want to see if they're going to come back through? This is your current 15er try. So if we can TTO, get some corrective green 60s going, and then come back through that, that'd be perfect. And then ELF going into the lows. Qs, you're still outside of that try. That's good. IDBM, you're still good on that 15-minute time frame. And your fivers did slight TTO. So you could go 2-2 fivers into the flip if we close closer to those lows. If not, we do have to be careful. The 15er reversals back up on the IWM. And you can see DVN. Notice the big hammer that's forms here. The reason that happens is everyone gets short. So once you're into these lows, that's that short-term exhaustion risk. And this normal hammer tells you buyers or sellers are starting to get exhausted. Is right into the lows, everyone short covers. And then that can potentially trigger the rest of them to start covering from this morning and get through this try again. So BA does go into the highs. Just be careful of the 30 flip in a minute. You do have that inside 30 up. So if that can go 2 up again, you'd reconfirm that stuff. And the 60s now are just straight up 2 up. So good entry on that 15er spin trades if you got that. And now, if you can stay above 192.44, then you could really get going, because this is the only thing taking out yesterday's highs in the whole market, and it was bright red yesterday. So anyone short thinking it's going down, they got what they wanted. Market's dropping. Boeing's taking out their stops right now. So here's your new flip on Boeing. What signals do you have? The 60 would just be 2 up. The 30 was inside and up. There's nothing there. The 15er was inside and up, which sent you to new high day. So where are the signals going to form if they're going to keep going? Probably on that 5-minute. And if they don't, then you just made new highs, short-term exhaustion, and there's no signals to confirm to keep going. So you're going to TTO, which is why you got to know about that 15er expiring 30 seconds ago. Qs right into low day. Good. Keeps going. And that tells us what? The 30s did go 2 down, so that's good. We need confirming signals to keep those things going. You'll see the 3-minute was a 312, so you get 3 minutes. It's like, that's not really good. We want those 30-60s, a lot longer for those things to go. And you can see the fivers kind of just drifting into the lows. So when we see this, we always want to get corrective, because when there's not this aggressive action, it tells us potentially the short's a crowded trade. So ELF still at low day. That's good. Took out the previous 30s lows. That's also good. If we see fivers against, we have to exit, especially if we took on this inside fiver up. And if we don't, then we're still good. We have the inside down here add after shooter fiver entry. It will tell you if it's reversing with a reversal. And IDBM, way at the lows. So if you grab the 15er Momo, that's good. Break even, right? And then the positions from high day, break even plus commissions, like you're all good there. Crowd and outside weak territory. Let's see. So nice 2-2 day. Negating what we knew to be true about the initial move on the week, 2 up into the top of this 3. So where's your try? Right where we actually had it marked out from last week, taking the longs. So where are we going to go? Potentially there, which is your outside week. So nicely done. And you exhausted the week. So these 2 went outside of that. Beautiful, beautiful trade. It's like, now, if you're not in that, what can we get in? Obviously not the 15ers. They're just trending. Probably have to see him off the 5s, which you had 1 inside fiver here. That was only 1 recently after the 2-2s up there. ELF still at the lows, still red, everything good. Get down there. So Boeing, you can see inside 15, inside 30 is red. No signals in force after that 15er expired. Qs, look at that, puke. So that's good, no reversals. Still no corrective activity though, so sadly, no re-entries to get more stuff in there. IDBM, 2 down 15, still good from Momo 15er and from 2-2 15er this morning. Who's texting me at this time of day, man? Woohoo, Q's 180%. Nicely done. Where's that going? Down there. And Boeing, look at that. They're really coming in. So that's why you don't want to enter right before the flip. Or if you do, you want to know about it. SCHW 332 up 15er. So are we going to go 333? There's a chance. Shooter fiver, that could set you up to keep going. The weakest banks, Morgan Stanley, those are coming off the lows a bit. JPM doing nothing. Goldman Sachs also popping off the lows a bit, so watch for those TTOs. And you'll see the 30 goes green, so ideally what we'd look for is green 30 for 30 minutes and then corrective next 30 opens. We keep going. ELF, 2 down green fivers, so everything else still red. Just got to be careful of those. If you took the inside 5 down, it's still right by entry, so it's not good and clear like something like IWM where it's nowhere near coming back. Also, redraw the try on the Qs. Or actually, get down there and see. Yeah. So far, Qs just 2 down. IDBM 2 down. SPY 2 down. DIA inside, so showing some relative strength for now. Now let's quickly revisit. So ELF, new fivers opened, right away red, so that's good. See if they can keep going. If we go to over here. Oh man, I really wish I restarted my computer. This is brutal. That's what happens. So get back to Qs. We are going down there as long as this day is in force. We have the rest of the day to try and do that. There's a 2-day, but you've got, I guess you do have tomorrow for the 3222 day. So might have tomorrow to keep going if they don't do it today. We don't have any signals on the 60s. Signals this morning were the 15ers. And if we missed that, we did have the 1ers right here. So that, just to reiterate, for anyone that's confused, drawn from right to left, we get our big try like this with your slight lower low there. You get all the way out of it, retest right there. That's how you can get in for the rest of the expansion. And here we are. So now the question is, how far can they go without reversing? The 60s, nowhere near going 2-2s, straight at the lows. So we got another 24 minutes until the new flip. And then your next pivots, if we're not going to exhaust, they're all the way down here. So we need to see them keep going. We do not want to see 60s back up. And if we do, and they don't take the day out of force, we can take them right back down with new signals. ELF, look at that, puke into the lows, just hit 99 from 102. That was our initial entry. And what I want you to see here is the month, bright red. Go to the day. When we entered, that thing was bright red because that tells us they're sellers. The 60, bright red. 5-minute, confirming all of that for us. So all 4 time frames are incredibly important. Your mom. How have you been doing, Maria? Very well. Something finally clicked. Love to hear it. Always a great thing to hear. For those of you guys in crowd, you got fivers off the lows. And you can see Qs, they are starting to pop back in. So we're lack of signals down here. We just got to be careful. They might start going corrective back through this stuff. You got when you start grinding like this, what you're setting up is a pivot machine gun, right? So any reversal against, you just got to be very aware of that if you're on these lower time frame stuff. If you're short from the morning, 15ers or 30s or even 60s daily triggers up there, you're still good. So you can hold on. Day is still in force. But if you're trying to get into this stuff on the lower time frames, just need to be aware of that. We do have slight hammer forming ELF after hitting 99 psych, so careful of that as well. We are exhaustion risk on the daily time frame. We've made the new low under 100.5. If we're going to keep going, we would like to see us stay out of that. And what we can do as well is get on ELF and see where's that try. So sadly, there's not really the cleanest try in the world here. We had this one back here that you can see we fell out of this morning. But outside of that, not much. So we'd like to see him stay down there, keep the quarter in force, but it's going to be up to those lower time frames. Keep an eye on it. And the 3-minute SAR that's coming off of the 5-minute entry is close to triggering up. So if you did not partial initial entry at any of these pivots, would be smart. And with the SAR, what we do is you want to go break even at some point. And when you do that, the lowest time frame SAR that's above your entry still, you can use that to trail. So as of now, that's still good off the 3-minute one. If it starts flipping, I'd want to take half off of my initial short. So SCHW, I mentioned your shooter fivers. They did come in, so that's good. In 5 minutes, you get new 15ers. So this fiver, when you're taking off the top of the try, you have to ask yourself, what does that setup negate, right? So what it's potentially setting up is 2-2 back into the 3 here on the 15-minute time frame. If you go to the 30s, it is 2 up 30, so this is in conflict. It's 2 up 30. It is red, though, but it is 2 up, so it's technically higher low, higher high. We need to make note of that. On the 60s, we are green still, so we need signals lower that are going to negate that. The fiver gets you in if it's going to work. The 15er has to set up for another 5 minutes. So when we're looking at this back to the 5, you are going inside here. So if you're holding this, you can throw wider stops for the initial short, and then if it were to set up and take that 15er, get back in. Or if it goes fivers against, you can't hold on to that because that's a 2-2 back up. Potentially could get back into the top of the try. We'd have to wait for it to try and set up again. And after crowd popped its fiver up, you might get a fiver back down for you. So far, though, SCHW is inside, so that's still good for now. Inside 5 and down could trigger the 15er, so that'd be another entry in to start building that position to trigger stuff. We'll see. Looks like DIA just made new lows. It was inside 15, but goes 2 down. Q's is double inside 5 at the lows. SPY is just 2-ing into the lows, slow grind. You can see lower time frame broadening formation. They're just bouncing across this thing. So when is that TTO gonna start coming? So like we mentioned on DVN, what's that one trying to do? Hopefully TTO for us. 15ers did come up off the lows, so see if we go to the other side of the try and set up any signals back the other way. And you can see that 15er sets up to potentially go hammer 30s, so if they trigger that, then they can get up there for us to TTO those guys. Crowd inside fiver, so too strong to make new lows. Also, ELF, you did go fiver against. It didn't go anywhere, so buyers really not showing up to try and take that back up, and short sellers are not covering, at least from what we're seeing there. So if that can reverse back down, that's good. Still have 18 minutes to the new 60 flip. And Qs, I'd be careful these inside fivers at the lows. If those start breaking up, you might start TTOing all these guys. So if you're short anything that's tech, that tells you to be aware of that. Look at that ELF right away back down, so that's good. If we go back to that 3 minute, has it triggered it? No. The SAR's still good, so continue holding, right? And quickly, so someone was talking about Google, I forget who, but it's like, why is Google, it's nice and red, so they're selling this one too. And you can see the inside 30's down, so they're trying to reconfirm that. But why is it not puking like ELF, where it just takes off and it drops $7, $8 in a day? That's because it's still inside day. So it's technically doing nothing. It's strongly biased, but still inside. If we can take the two down here, anyone long into this, as they're stopping out here, they could trigger all of them into a loss at like 132. But even then, what do we have to see? You want to see it stay below weekly open, potential 3 week. And since that daily signal would only last today, you want to see those pivots really start get taken out. That being said, though, if you can get the day down, this thing could start puking and really help the Qs later in the day, because all of these pivots are nice and clustered together. So we can trigger one into the next, into the next. Ah, ELF, what a beauty. Stay down there for me. Also, NTR, look at that one, still puking into the lows. So sadly, we didn't get that 15er shooter, but did go 2-2, still good. And where's that one going to go? We talked about it this morning. 57.91, that's the quarter pivot. Technically exhaustion risk on the lower time frame. Then 52.23, confirming that year. Then maybe low of all-time lows if they really hate this stock. We'll see. It was simultaneous break between NTR and MOS, which we're also going to see some sells there on MOS, but not much in comparison. That's why I didn't mention that one today. But you can see Doji week down, and this one also has the inside quarter shooter, and they're both fertilizer companies. So when both of them or all of them are doing the same thing within a similar sector, that's what you want to know about, because they don't like any of them. And if they're selling them all or buying them all together, that's when you get stuff like ELF, where you really start getting killed, which explains yesterday's DVN move from the XLEs all taking last week's lows. Isn't it fun knowing where price is going? It absolutely is. ELF, get down there. Keep going. All right, Qs, you did go fivers up. Careful of the moves higher off the lows on anything you're shorting. If you're still good down there and they're not reversing, then your stock's still weak. So you hold on to that sucker until it reverses. And if you're in from the morning stuff, you don't have to worry about this. This is for the people that are lower time frame traders. And the reason that is if we go to Qs, once again, it's like, how are you going to reverse this 60? You're probably not, right? So the question is how many twos can we get to the downside before that the 60s down here start reversing? Or potentially we can get inside bars and go 2-1-2 continuation to confirm all that stuff. Who knows? We'll see. That being said, check out ELF. So you're nice and in force on the quarter now. So we really want to hold on to that sucker, and the week's in force. So we got the rest of this week. Notice this would be short-term exhaustion risk. You take out this weekly pivot, and there's no pivots until this 83.85. But when we're looking at that, when you're talking about a fractal try, this is your previous higher highs, lower lows. So now that we're back below these highs, as long as that week stays in force, we're going to try and get down to 83.80. So we've got a lot of range to get after as long as we stay down there. And then the way we do that is we look at this and it's like, how are you going to reverse that 60? Probably not if you can close down there. So you see IDBM, they're rallying that one off the lows. It's like, why does that happen? Inside fiver actionable against, but the fiver is in force for 5 minutes. So they go take this, this, and this. Then the next one's way up there. So if they're going to keep going, they need more signals to trigger and form to go and TTO these guys, which you can see if we do get into there, pivot, 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 pivot. So we'll be aware of that. And then going into the new flip 30s, it's like, how would you reverse that? You just take out the previous high and you're right near it. So if the 30s were to close up here, we'd want to know. You go to the 15, that hammers in force for another 12 minutes. So that's in control right now. The sellers that we saw this morning, they're not in control. The 15er is. So if we actually get all those time frames up for you, 15, 30, 60s. Notice the 15 goes in control corrective. And we know these participants buying, unless they can trigger the 30 to have 30 more minutes of buying, or set up the 60 to go 2-2 and have 60 minutes of buying, they're buying into a stock where all known participants are sellers, at least as far as we know. Currently, given the decoupling, we have the day and week separate openings and the 60 separate openings. So what we're seeing here is that corrective activity we like to see, so we can short back into it. Also, crowd, he did go inside 5 and down, so that one's trying to keep going at the lows. Elf, still good, slamming the lows, good for us. 2-2-5ers, right back down after the hammer up. So every successful pullback, that's a reversal back down. We love to see it. So Elf up about 50% on the initial position. On the add, I'm up about 20%. And then on IWM, I went a little bit further out, so those are only up 25%, but they're pretty long dated because I want that quarter magnitude. And crowd so far inside 15, so they did have the 5er. You need to see that inside and down in 10 minutes. So sorry that I mentioned it, but these are inside of that. So until you get out of there, this might chop around in here. So I apologize. Currently, it's still at the lows, so if they go 2 down, you're still trying to go. Target, yeah, let's go. Target done, question mark. I couldn't tell you. You are inside day at the lows, corrective activity against everything else. This is your try, so if they're going to really come, geez, that was a bad choice of words. If they're really going to come through this, they're going to go and take out 111.68. Yeah, there's everyone typing. Sarah's like, oh my God. And if they're going to go, you're going to see there's inside 15 or here, inside 15 or here. So that has to stay in force. You can't reverse that stuff. And the 30s, no signals, hour, no signals. So you're kind of climbing the wall of worry, as we say. So more than likely, this isn't going to keep going. Just letting you know. First time looking at Elf? Yeah. Sarah, go check out my list from Mod Charts. I posted it this morning too in free trading chat. Let me pop all the way back up. Where is it? Right here. There's a lot of good names. And you know, I know you're not the biggest scanner, but I spent an hour and a half going through 165 tickers to get that list. I felt so good after finishing that. And it's so nice to have all those higher time frame things. So nice. And so you can see DVN, like we talked about, was taking the 30s up. So now they're starting to go from the 5 to the 15 to the 30s. And potentially there's going to be, 60 hammers. So when we see corrective activity, what that is signals in the other direction that people are taking long or shorts are closing into. So when we're looking at this big downtrend and see the 60 hammer, we see that as short covering. Like it goes into new lows and they're like, energies aren't moving today. This one's under yesterday's lows. That's a good place to cover some shorts. So they do that. And then we wait for new positions to be opened long so we can take them out. And so far, check out Elf, still good on the 3-minute SAR. So coming into the flip, we got 8 minutes till the new 60s. Also Qs, you can see they're slowly tuning it up. So once the new 60 flips, if you can go 5ers down, you get PMG. Elf slamming into the lows again. Keep getting, please. All right. So coming into the new 60s, we want to know about any actionable signals setting up. You can see cues. Look at that. They popped them up, slammed the back in. So shooter fivers, but those trigger and then the 60 flips after the 5-minute closes. So not interested in that. But let's see what's setting up. So anything that's nice and red for us, bearish continuity, we'd want to see at the lows. And then anything that's above yesterday's highs, they're buying that for sure. Because when the whole market's going down, when you have full time frame continuity on the indexes, we know that anything full time frame continuity up above all their respective opens is being accumulated by institutions, because who else is going to push the market up or push specific stocks up while the whole market's dropping, right? So that being said, we can start to look for that. We got about 6 minutes, so just give me a second here. I forgot I had an SCHW put open, so I had to close that. I took a 6-cent loss on 5 contracts, which is pretty much nothing. So let's get back down here and see what we've got setting up. So bearish full time frame continuity. So in the market, at things that are in the S&P 500 with over 1 million volume, actually I'll just remove the volume filter. You got 162 stocks below their day, week, and month opens, which the month and week are coupled. We need to make note of that. We have less information. But, actually, let me retry that. 305 stocks in the S&P are full time frame continuity down. So what does that tell us? They're selling more than half of the S&P 500, which tells you things are actually going down. This is a real move, right? They're actually doing it. So what on that list is really getting killed? What's the biggest losers, so to speak? So consumer staples, we got MKC getting murdered. Let's get in here. And since you guys know how to take entries, you can go and get into any of this. Like MKC dropped pretty good this morning, and you can see corrective inside hour. Why do we know that's corrective? It's like, well, you're below the daily open. Anyone buying into this has no clue how aggressive these daily sellers are. So if we can go and get down there using 15 or inside and down, you can see right there, that sets up an inside 30 potentially, which that's probably going to get motherbarred. So we might even go double inside 60. But we go get down here. It's like, what do we have, or what are we coming back through? 3-2 years. So that tells us what? The range is getting bigger as long as we're under 71.19. So 56.11, that's where we're going, as long as we stay under that. We go to the month. Is there any signals? No. But when it's bright red like this, and it's the second, or actually the third day of the month, second day of trading, you know they're selling that, right? So since it's a gapper, do we have to trade it today? No. What you can do if you're a gapper trader, you keep this on your list and you just look, do we go inside tomorrow and then down the next day? That could confirm all that, right? Or do we set up new 60 signals like the 2-1-2 measured move? That could confirm all that as well. So as this stuff comes back in, if we're closer to going 2 down on the 60s, that's your 2-1-2 measured move. That would confirm all of that. You can take that. And we also have cruise lines, like really murdered. So 3-1-2 days down. Weak Momo shooter, which these things love to do that. If we go to like American Airlines, look at this. Momo shooter, and then shooter from the highs. So cruise lines and airlines just in general have just been getting killed. So if you go to CCL, that's quarterly 2 down. Month is 2 down, not bright red, but the day 3-1-2, you got all day. So potentially we can see that keep going. Tells us we can look at RCL. So RCL is getting a lot more killed, Look at that. 3, 2 down. So it's slightly weaker. Didn't stay inside day. And then boom, through all those pivots. So what's going on there? This, I think I mentioned in my video. I did not post, but higher highs to that. Reversals back through. So they're trying to go down there potentially. The year is still green, but the quarter is countering that right here. So if the quarters stay in force here, they're going to try and come back through 59.37. And what I'm thinking with all this energy names getting killed and consumers staples and stuff getting killed, they think the consumer is going to get really hurt. And Royal Caribbean, that would be a part of, I believe, consumer discretionary. So they think that there's hard times ahead, at least as far as what the market's doing right now. So we need to know that. It's like e.l.f., beauty care products, those things have been ripping. Now they're 2 quarter in force. So it's like, why is that? We got to think ahead, like what could potentially be coming. And then we go to IWM. Look at that, bright red quarter in force to the downside. That's why we want to hold those shorts from this morning. If you go to the year there, we're not too down yet, but that quarter magnitude is like, I think $3 above last year's lows. So potentially growth is going to get killed. So it's like, what's going on? What's potentially going to happen? I couldn't tell you what the news will be, but consumers not looking good, cruise lines not looking good. And the last time those things got killed was because COVID shut down everything. So that's like the only thing I could think of, but who knows? That being said, we can, there's like BTRS, which is healthcare. So that one already is outside on the week. Nice 50-cent move. We'll see. AES, I believe that's utilities. Yeah, so utilities still getting killed. So we can watch AES today. There was a Rev Strat 15er, 122. And then right now it's inside at the lows. We'll see. New 60s just flipped. So SPY, potential 222 15ers, re-trigger the 60s down to keep going. That could add, or you could add on that if that were to set up and trigger. Qs, 222 15ers, telling us potential simultaneous break. IWM, same 15er shooters, tells you if you got this one, got stopped out of this one, and that one triggers, you can re-add, try and get in using the profits of that as your cushion if it were to set up. And right now they just flipped green, so now the 60s are green. We'll have to make note of that too. We'll see. And then DIA, no signals at the lows, so not simultaneous across all the indexes. But new flip and they're green right here. So what does that tell us? We're no longer full-time from continuity down. We have no clue where the sellers went. They were selling all morning. Now they're not here. Same goes with SPY. Selling all morning. No sellers as of now. Qs also flipped. No sellers as of now. They sold all morning. Now they're gone. Go to e.l.f. You got 15er again. So if that were to trigger, I would want to know about that. And that means the 3-minute SAR potentially triggered. Let's get back here. Yeah, so 3-minute SAR did trigger. Since we're so far from anything else, we can use this as saying, hey, anyone trailing their stop, they got stopped out. So if we can get reversals back down, we could look to add again. Or we can wait, get a bigger TTO, maybe the 5er. Disney playing out perfectly. Let's see it. Yeah, DIA goes into lows, so re-negates, goes red. Good. Qs potentially will re-negate the hour. You need to see what? 5er shooter triggered 15er or outside 5er triggered 15er. And that would get you doing what? 15er magnitude makes new lows, so short-term exhaustion risk, but 60s go back to 2 down, reconfirming the daily signal. Every time you flip, you need to reconfirm what we know to be true, or you have the chance of negating that. Shorted target, let's see. So the reason we don't even want to look at target, like here, so you get the 132, beautiful, right? New highs, exhaustion risk. These bars here are outside of this, so here's your try. But the reason we don't want to be here, or at least we'd prefer not to be, is simply because this is still inside day. So what's the range doing? Getting smaller. So you need to be aware of that. You do have this try here, so you get 15 minutes of that signal. You get 30-minute 2-2 signal, and the 60 could go 2-2. So you've got things going for you, but make sure you know when those exhaust. But if you did short off that 15 or 5 from the highs, bravo. Not a bad entry if the exhaustion risk. Get your exhaustion reversal. Boom, Qs, 15ers down. DIA's down. I'm guessing IDBM's going down. So IDBM's getting close. SPY, boom, 15ers into low. So simultaneous Qs, SPY, shooter, 15ers down. IDBM is slightly stronger. And that tells you potentially the energy names are still coming off the lows. Also tells you financial stuff, SCHW, still not going down. So when we're looking at this, you go on the 30, you get 230s, they're still going up. Once they reverse back down, we will reshort. Then ELF looks like after your TTO on the 3-minute, do go inside and down. So you could try and re-enter on that if you'd like, or add into it again. If that doesn't work, then get the heck out of the way. You're still inside 60, inside 15, inside 30. But if you can make new lows, you're back to confirming. And remember, zoom out. 78.89 is ELF's quarter magnitude, and then 83 is that first pivot target that we noticed. So if that's going to work, it should just work because they've got a lot of range to go through. And that'd be the third add if you're taking that. And then on SPY Qs, IWM, so Qs, that would be your third entry. We had the one on the shooter oneer. There was the 15er I was too slow to get into. And now 15er shooter at the lows, reconfirming all that. Same goes for SPY. And then IWM, slightly strong. We know on the quarterly basis it's actually weak. So whoever's buying in here, it looks like we're going to stay inside 30s potentially. That being said, you can still hold that. You're still good. From the 15ers up there, they're nowhere near reversing. If you go on the 30 SAR IWM, you can start trailing that if you would like to swing this stuff and keep going. Check out ELF, new low a day. So that one's still puking. It is short-term exhaustion risk, so make sure you know that. If it does start popping back up, go 3-minute 2-2 against you. Get the heck out. Accidentally got 15 ELFs. Whew. That's a wild ride. I wish I had 15 ELFs. I went small on it and I wanted to add, and I did add, but I added into the 98 put, so they just went in the money. They haven't moved very much, about 32%. Sorry about that if that was loud. I accidentally just threw my mic across my desk. Turbo trader. Well, you know what? If you're going to get really short on something, ELF's a good one to do it because they're also really short, or at least they're really getting out. And SCHW, you are coming back in. 15ers, 30s. So 15er into 30 trigger, SCHW. Thing is, you're 60, nowhere near going too down. MCK, or was it MKC? Yeah, MKC inside 60 up. So if you're a gapper trader, you can trade that 60 off that if you want. We'd prefer to do what, though? We want to see it pop up. And since we know this is an equilibrium, this inside bar, once it has closed, once that goes 2 up, we know the buyers just stepped in. They're more aggressive because you're now going above the equilibrium where people were agreeing on price. Although it was heavily biased, that's still an equilibrium because it's an inside bar. Since the buyers are more aggressive, we know if it's popping up, they're getting long and their stops are getting thrown here or low a day. So if that were to fail and start rev stratting, we would want to know about that on the next 60 because it's nowhere near reversing the week, nowhere near reversing that month. So these buyers are not in very well-timed positions, in my opinion. And check out ELF. Puke. Look at this daily candle. That's what we like to trade. 107 to 98. It's almost $10 in a day. And we know red gets redder, don't we? For you guys in the free trading chat, how are you guys doing? Have you guys been able to follow along? Is stuff making sense still? Nice. ES hit its pivot target. Cool. So potential short-term exhaustion risk on the SPY at the lows, according to Sarah's pivot target. But what do we know about what we're taking out right now? So target, you're almost at the bottom of your try. Keep that in mind. That would trigger the 60s, though. So now you're 2 down 60. You got another 53 minutes. But let's go to SPY here. So what's going down on SPY? 2-2 quarter. Do we know about that? Absolutely. We've been shouting it from the rooftops. So as long as that quarter stays red, where are we going to go? 403.74. That's our magnitude if we stay under 422.29. Sorry, I'm just going through Twitter. I have to update some stuff because the quarters have gone down. I just realized. Where is my post? Gotta be somewhere in here. Uh-oh. Did he delete it? Nuh-uh. Oh gosh, that's so funny. You're out? Yeah. So remember, 15 or shooters, you go into low day, short-term exhaustion. Now 3-2-2-5ers again. So your try looks like this. So on short-term exhaustion risk, we expect to go do these small TTOs, or at least we look for that to happen. So now watch out on the other side of the price. And if we go to the daily SPY, you have made new lows. So we do get that short-term exhaustion risk there. Does that mean we're fully reversing? No. What that does mean is we would look for corrective activity in the form of green 60-minute candles that go 2 up. Listening while working? All right. Also, ELF, like I said on the 3-minute, goes inside down. So if you're adding into that, keep your stops tight. 3-minute against you right here, get out. And slight break even or slight loss, that's better than nothing. We can still keep this stuff from way up there because we know it's going up or it's going down. But we don't want to hold on to losers. Not at low day. There's no reason to do that to yourself. Also Qs, low day exhaustion risk, 15ers hammer. So when we get a signal that hits magnitude, it gives you the broadening information. So when we're looking at this, we then see if this goes 222, the magnitude is to take this out. And if they stay above that, we then start expanding through. So if they're going to start TTOing, where would we expect that to end? Or where would we expect it to go? At the very least, 355.86, which is very small. And then the clustered pivots go all the way up to 357.24. So if we can expand this lower time frame try here, we would then look for it to go and take this stuff out. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy deleted his comment though. He said he thought he sounded so smart. Good thing we took a screenshot and pinned it in premium chat. That's only if we reverse. Remember, we wait for them to reverse. If they're not reversing, they're still going down. So don't get too trigger happy. Ugh. And we're not longing the lows. You can if you want. You get 15-minute signals. So you have 15 minutes to try and do it. But I would like to hold shorts given what we know about the higher time frames. And MCK or MKC, when this sets up and triggers, this should just go. So I'm excited for that one to set up for us. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, crap. Edit. And what we can also say is, so we notice SPY takes the quarter down. We notice IWM takes it down, and it did that right away. So we have the rest of the quarter to confirm that. And then we go to DIA, it also takes it down. So when we look at Qs, we see it is relatively strong, but we expect it to follow because we now have simultaneous break on the quarters to the downside across all indexes. So what that tells us is this is a real move. Like we said this morning, 300 stocks in the S&P full time from continuity down after the day week 60 decoupled. So going into next week, we want to see if we confirm that. And all of this week, we would like anything that confirms that. So any downside signals on the 60-30 timeframes. And that being said, we'll see what's doing some corrective activity and look to set up the other way. So now Qs, you have open new 15ers. You are dead inside on the 15. Fifteeners flipped green Qs. No sign of those sellers as of now. And we go and look at those, the 15, the 30, 60. So that's our intraday continuity. We see the 60 doji. So are the sellers here? No. Are they going to be here in the next 45 minutes? Maybe not. We don't know. Any signals that set up and go down, we'd like to see the 60 get redder. That would tell us they're there. But as it sits now, doji 15 inside, doji 30, doji 60, they're nowhere near. And what this means is whoever's selling across the week, day, 60 time frames, whatever they were doing before, they're not doing it anymore. So we have to wait for them to show back up. If you go back to ELF, still sitting at the lows, still slightly red on the 60. So we'll see if they're going to stick around in ELF. Too much leverage, couldn't keep any, just got the hell out, wanted a few. Yeah. Smart. When things don't work the way we want, we just get out. We know if we hold, that's how you get killed. God. All right, so see how we're flipping slightly red on that 15. So we then look at the 60 and we can then gauge on the 60-minute basis, are they still here? So it's red, which means there is some selling going on. It's not bright red though. So if we were to see an inside and down 15, that would confirm the 2 down 60 and the inside day and down. So that's a confirming signal. That's worth taking. We'll have to wait. We still have another 10 minutes for this 15er to form. And there's a chance it could even come off the fivers, which currently is shooter fiver with magnitude to low a day. So there's a chance. Ideally, we don't want to trade things that are doji 30, doji 15, doji everything else inside bar on the 15 time frame. We'd like to see that close and then create the signal. If we compare that to SPY nice and red on the 30s. Nice and red on the day, taking out last week's lows, so weaker than the Qs. Red on the 60s, below previous 60 low a day, so that's better. And we're probably going to see the similar fivers. Yeah, so the similar fivers here, trying to confirm all of that. So this is a lot better to be looking at if we're going to keep going down, but more than likely, I think these things will stay inside for this 15. And what we're seeing on ELF now is we are getting inside 15, so we have had the joy of not having had corrective activity since we got in. Now the 15 is going green. So whoever's selling before, we don't have much evidence of them being here still. It is inside, so it's not reversing. It can be corrective if they go inside and down. We'll see. It's going to probably depend on the Qs and SPY. Crazy day? Absolutely. Oh, sometimes it's fun to be a little snarky. So let's go and check the swings that I have from yesterday. So look at this. Inside day. And when we have the inside bar in the lower 50% of this range, that's considered momentum. And we set up the 2-1-2 measured move to potentially project this move out and drop $1.61 tomorrow. So as long as we don't see the market firm up too much and see this stuff really start rallying back, under 49.40 TSN, 2 down week, month is 2 to the downside, quarter in force. So inside day could confirm that because we always want to confirm or negate what we know to be true. So let's see if that does it tomorrow. NTR, that one was a gapper today, and it's now taking out last quarter's lows. So we want to know about that. That one's starting to really move. And the whole market's kind of petering out. This one's nice and red. Tells us they're there. And we did have the inside 15 and down, which we weren't there for, sadly. But we could then look for that one to keep going. Now the quarter's in force, and that means I could even add there if I wanted to, since that's a signal, and I have a winning position. So if I really wanted to, I could grab more on that quarter. The only thing is my risk, I would want it to see it go right away, which does that always happen off quarter signals? Not always, so it doesn't make sense for me to do it down there because you get short-term exhaustion under low a day. So what I want to see if I'm adding into this would ideally be some type of TTO where you take out any of these previous highs here, because then we create the try, right? And we know if we're going to go from up here to down there, we want to get nice and short on all the signals before we get there. So we'd prefer to see something like that. And also, that being said, anyone that took NTR from previous day's range, you're now taking the quarter out, so short-term exhaustion risk below this stuff. But if they can stay below all these pivots, it's like, imagine how many people were long into this consolidation thinking it's breaking out. And it did. But if they held long and got greedy, their stops are all right below there. So if we can get below those lows and stay below them, then they'll have to start puking. But we'll have to wait and see. Also crowd. So I forget who was looking at that, but your fiver SAR has flipped. So you have TTOs starting. And that means we'd like to see them pop up through those clustered fiver pivots on the left and set up back to the downside. We also have SCHW inside 60 forming. There is 230s, but notice why don't we take that one? Because it's inside 60, consolidating. And so we can watch that, and that's quarter in force, so that would confirm that. And then we could watch FAS in general. What's that doing? So still getting killed, which means MS down, GS down. Those are still down. You can see the shooter 15ers. Sadly, we weren't there, but if you're a bank trader, you can go and trade those. And what I suggest is I'm going to call out a lot of different stuff when we're gauging this strength and weakness. Pick something you like to trade. Like if you like tech, then when we see, hey, Q's back testing that try, short it there, right? And then if you hear something else you don't want to trade, like ELF, it's like then don't trade it. Only trade the stuff you're comfortable with. That being said, ELF inside 15 add at the low day. Gosh, there's this guy that was, I'm just gonna, we have nothing really to do for now. So there's this guy on Twitter and he's like, oh God, what did he say? He said, ah, yes, 2 random lines and some conclusion that I don't get. Lovely. And he got 40 likes on my chart because I just posted the broadening information on SPY, the one that we've known about for a while here. So when the rev strat hits magnitude, these bars here, all of these go outside of that. So that's our try. And now we're failing back through it, which means price will speed up, right? So I posted that on Twitter and said people won't know what hit him. And he got mad. And he's like, this is backyard mean reversion trading. And then he privated his account. So I had a screenshot of it in premium chat that we just posted right back under to make sure everyone sees that. I thought it was kind of funny. But SPY, look at that, still at the lows. So inside 15 at low day, is that still going? If it goes inside and down, it is. And then you get the simultaneous break with ELF 15 as well. So confirming with the indexes across multiple assets. Tesla 4-hour candle. Oh yeah, Disney. I'm sorry, Sarah. I mentioned it and I forgot. There's your 3-2. We love those. So you can see slight higher high and then right away. Why does it do that? Sarah mentioned there's your exhaustion risk. Notice it's short-term exhaustion risk. So we know it's like on the daily, that's exhausted, right? Your next pivot's way up there. So if you're going to stop those guys out, you're going to TTO first, which means we're going the other way before we go up. So that 3 now, this nice engulfing. Actually, it wouldn't be engulfing, never mind. But nice 3 to this stuff. So you can see it goes 3 right here, and then the 3-2 tells you that 3 is getting bigger. So on a lower time frame, your try was like this. And then any confirming signals here to get you out of that, you take. So if you go here on the 5-minute, 3-2, you can take that, and it doesn't reverse. It goes inside down, continuation. You can add right there. And then since it's out of the try, what do we know? That's going to fall apart. 2-2-2-2-2-2-2. 2-2 against, get back in with more. 2-2-2. Rev strat against, get back in with more. 2-2-2. Pretty cool. Every 5-minute entry is a winner. Yeah, that's why we like to add. When you pop out of that try, you get. Expando, get. Oh, I love this stuff. All right. You got ELF setting up on the 15s. You got a minute to do that. Q has slammed the lows and came right back in. So remember, this is your try. 15 or 2-2 hits magnitude. These are outside of that. So now that we made a slight lower low, be careful of the TTOs potentially coming the other way, since we are going to eventually get some exhaustion risk and pullback. We just don't have reversals yet. Once those things reverse, we got to know about that. And SPY, you can see, slams into lows, too strong to make new lows to the low day. So the 15er might hammer set up the other way. Similar try. These two bars are outside of that. So here's your broadening formation from the lows. And remember, if that 15er hits its magnitude, the other side of the range, and doesn't reverse, you get more corrective activity. So we'll see. We got a minute for these to close. And what that also tells us, if things like ELF are still falling apart inside and down while the market goes inside and up, that's still weak. They're still selling that. So we can stick around there. And MKC, like we said, don't take the rev strat up or the inside up. Wait for the rev strat down. So we got another 30 minutes now to set that up. And hopefully you guys are following along and having a good time. And that being said, it is 11. Normally we get off, but on a day like today where everything's in force, I would love to stick around. So what I'm going to do is make sure break-even stops are put in on things. So you don't want to come back to a huge loss because you forgot to do that. So make sure you have stops in. And what I mean by that is at least break-even plus commissions. And if you're going to walk away from the charts with me, what you can do is on things that are going down, like ELF is going down. So we can use TradingView or you can use Thinkorswim. And what I'll normally do, there's a different parabolic SAR entry. So ELF right now, that's popping up. So I would suggest partially if you would like to do that. Still under that quarter trigger, so that's good. But do you want to give back profit up to potentially like 100.5 or even up to entries? Probably not. So that's reversing. PMG, you can see all that stuff. So FYI. And what I'm going to do with that is partial my secondary position add. And you can see 60 just negated. So are they selling? No. Did the 15er go up? Absolutely. That's the first 15er against us since way up at the highs. And I wish I would have got a better exit because, oh gosh, my thing's lagging. No. Wish I would have got a better exit on the 15er against, but I was trying to explain the SAR. So yeah, my secondary entry, I took it for 20 cents a contract, which, not bad. And this should be TTO, so I'm holding the rest. There's no reason for it to go back up there at all, right? There is the hammer hours, so if that were to set up and trigger, then we might have some issues, but we'll see. That being said, though, parabolic SAR. Is this the one? Yeah. So parabolic SAR, what you can do is if we go, let's say you're short IWM this morning. So if you're still going to hold short, you have a break-even stop here, you can set an alert on this thing, and that'll tell you if it's actually changing that 15 trend, which what we're seeing now is what we were talking about before on Qs. You set up all these pivots and you're grinding into the lows. Everyone that's chasing this move after this, if you didn't take the 15er here, they're all getting short and their stops are anywhere up above this. So that signal against here is doing what? Triggering this inside 30 and up, which could trigger maybe the 2-2 hour if they're strong. If they're weak, we get the inside 60 and down for the next 60. So we'll see. But it's important to know that that 15er triggers the 30. So you have 30 minutes of buyers potentially coming against you with those pivots there to take out. So that's when you partial, take off half or more. And then with that profit, if they were to go up here and then set up 15er, 5er shooters back down, you just get back in, add to your winners. So definitely good to know about. And then what we want to do when things pop up like that, you can see SPY, inside and up, pivot, pivot, pivot. They're going to start slamming these people. Qs, same thing, pivot, 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 and then exhaustion. So this might be short-lived here, but we'll see. But when we see this, then what we want to see is like, if the Qs is 2 up 30, what's inside 30? Because that stuff isn't rallying back with the market. So when you get this corrective activity, you can figure out what's still good, what's still at the lows. So I'll go in my bear continuity scan, and what I'll do is I'll just scan for an inside 30, which you can just go here, boom. You can go high, smaller than the previous one, and low than the previous one. So if we go and pull this up, these are all still inside 30s. So that tells us these things are not reversing. So if we just filter by what's down the most, MKC, that one's setting up the rev strat. RCL, we know about that. SCHW, definitely. And, any of these other ones. And what we can do even here is say, well, what's in force on the quarter right now? because anything's in fourth quarter a month, we'd want to know about. So if we go here, we can filter by that. So these are all still inside. Let me see if I can do it the other way. So NOC has a hammer. So inside bar, inside bar, inside bar. So we can see them in ANS, DPZ, GS, and REGN, healthcare. And then it looks like we have some outside bars and down in the rest of these here. So and then shooters DUK, which is utilities, PCG utilities. So that tells us, oh, for some reason it looks like that scan didn't work. Give me a sec. High is less than high from embargo. Low is greater than low. It should. We might have an issue here. PCG DUK. Those are 2 up 30s, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, so DUK is still inside. Looks like I might have some issues, but either way, they could set up the rev strat back down. So we would want to know about that, because rev strat into full time from continuity, no reason for that to fail. And we'll keep an eye on MKC going into the next one. Notice the shooter hour forming. That's actionable, right? You know, on the 30, rev strat 30, you could even take that if you really wanted to. In SPY, there's your 15ers up. So you're coming back in. Definitely want to know about that. ELF, notice new fivers, they're not coming back up. So that's going to set up the rev strat back down into full time from continuity if we can stay down there and trigger that. But that being said, audio to work on the stream. We should have audio. So careful of ELF. It looks like the fivers just popped up a bit. And you can see NTR. It's like, why do we not want to short the quarter? 15er hammer against. They're TTOing. And we also have DVN. You can see the hammer hour after what? 15er hammer triggered the 30s and then goes inside and up. So they're still crawling back to go TTO these guys up here. And then TSN, that one's still inside day again. We want to see this one not go bright green. If they really get close to going 2 up, that might be problems for us. Yeah. No, audio definitely on your end. But that being said, quickly, I'm gonna go hit the gym for a little bit, and then I'll come back. We got 23 minutes, so I'm gonna order food, and we'll be back on the stream shortly. So as long as I don't have any losing positions on my chart, yeah, so they're all up good. So as long as we're still good, IWM, look at that. Where's that one going? 30 inside and up to take all those guys out. So this is that corrective activity we were worrying about. We've just finally got the triggers to do that. Qs, top of the try about to get hit, like we talked about. Look at the PMG, all the way up. Then we'll see if we set up to go lower again. Again, day needs to be inside and down in force for us to get confirming signals that we want to take. The 60s will be closer to 2-2s as I step away. So if we see those 2-2s back up, if you shorted the morning session, you could try and take them back up if you would like to, because these are all outside of this stuff. So if they really wanted to rip it, they could go take them up back to these highs. So be careful. That's why inside weeks, you want to be careful of those because they'll chop around. So I'll be back. Protect your positions. Don't let them go red. Partial if you haven't on things coming back. And I will see you guys in a little bit. And then Sarah, yeah, beautiful call, Sarah, on that exhaustion on ES. So I'll see you guys hopefully within about a half hour. We'll be back right before the 60s start really getting All right, quickly stop back. Got my food ordered and stuff. Out of breath. Going into the next flip, 2 minutes. Q's potential 2260s. SPY potential 2260s after new low exhaustion risk. IWM potential inside up 60s, telling you some strength and growth, at least on the 60 basis. DIA 2260s. So this is going to be simultaneous break. That means they're buying everything. So if that were to break and go, we definitely want to know about that. If they can't negate the daily open, if they just go to 60 magnitude, then we could look for the 2260s back down. Sorry, I'm still out of breath. But yeah, so just letting you guys know, into the flip, things like ELF, you're seeing off the 15ers, they're still going. They were willing to trigger the 30s, 60 potential 2-2s after exhaustion. So do we want to hold into that? Probably not. We'd rather them TTO and get back in again. And this is going to be counter trend. So if the 60s in force, it's going up. If it falls out of force, it's a nothing. So let's see what happens here. Sorry, didn't mean to scare anyone. Gosh, super out of breath. Also, looks like a crowd mentioned that TTO there for the 5 PMG. Forget who was watching it, but you can see they took out all these guys. T2 back down, 2-2, and then they slammed the lows, did not reverse, they went inside. So this is still weak. In CQs, so far no trigger, so it's a nothing for now. That's good. If the 60 goes red, we're back into full time frame continuity, so that could be even better. And we mentioned before, let me clear this stuff out. We mentioned before this broadening formation. So now the 60 continuity changed right there, right at the top of the try. So this is when you get full time frame continuity back through. If they fail to go 2 up 60, then they're not going up, right? But we are inside. So it's not something we want to trade. You can if you think you can trigger the 15ers, but you can see all of it stuck inside. So you would want to trigger this to trigger that, which we're nowhere near doing. In IWM, you can see potentially changing continuity right at the highs. So it's not stuck inside. It could go 1 bar rev strat 3 into continuity. We know about that. So if you get signals to do that, you could try. You get 15 or rev strat to potentially do that as well. And that's how you can get really like first entries. It's like fiber. If that works, that would set up 15er. And if that works, rev strat or set up 2-2-30s to do the 60. But a lot of things would have to happen. So not the highest probability. DIA did break the 60. If they were to rally back, SMHs are kind of there. You can see XLEs are probably going to go and smash these guys out. Remember that try we talked about on DVN? See right here, go back to DVN here. Notice slowly crawling up. Got it, thanks, good. And now that we're here, it is lunch. I have food ordered, so I'm probably not going to sit here for forever. You could watch crowd. That one's trying to go into the lows, even though everything's up at the highs. So it's still weak. They're selling it. We can quickly look at the gappers list, see what they had going on today, since we didn't really talk much about them. They had Nike, CCL, Neo, XPEB. So Nike, inside day, no thanks. Not sure why I was on the list. I have no clue. CCL. So CCL, we saw 2-2-60s here, so they were in control for 60 minutes. Potentially come back through. Reminds me to look at MKC. Oh, that sucks. So it triggered down, it just failed. That's really sad. It shouldn't fail, so that's a problem. We don't want to hold on to that. I didn't alert it, so I'm not in it myself, but if you're looking at that, the fact that that's 2 down and green right now, that's not working. Sellers are not here for above that 60 open. So that's a shame. That one, every probability said it should work. It just didn't. So that happens. Looks like they had Neo on the gap down. You had the inside 60 and up, and now this is previous day's range. So if they're going to fail one side, go to the other. They would take this out. Right now, new high day and a little bit of exhaustion. And nice. You had inside hour, inside 15ers confirming that. That's about it. XPEV did nothing. Guessing off the rip, they had CCL potentially on the 5. No, it was inside 15. Interesting. What's going on? Oh, I'm looking at 929. Sorry about that. It's like, why are they looking at Nike today? It's inside. All right. So HPQ, nice. He had 15er shooters on the gapper list. He did negate the day and then came back in. So it hit its magnitude and then exhausted. ENVX, nice. 15er shooters, beautiful. DFS, 15 or 2-2s at the rest. And look at that. It's like you bought in here. The second you take that out, they're sellers. Boom. 2-2-2-2-2-2-2. First reversal against. Then by the time it's down there, shooter counter hammer hour would set up potentially. And where's that one going? Down here. Slight higher highs to this and lower lows to that. So expand the range. XLU as well today. So that was a gapper. And yeah, so those things did rally back. You can see we had the inside 60s there. We were looking at them, but they go do what? They do the baby try. So come back through that. So now these bars are going outside of these three. You can see on a lower time frame, something like that. Pop into the lows and then drift on back through. And we're seeing the same XLEs. So remember, I want to see that TTO. It is. Came back above daily open. Potential 3-360 at the 15er shooter. Look at SPY. What'd that do? Fivers down. What did we talk about? IWM, fivers. Sets up 15er rev strat, which sets up 30, potential 2-2, which sets up potential 1-360 if that were to work. So we were right on the money there. You go to Qs, inside and down. So notice you're inside everything else, but the fiver's in control for 5 minutes. So when you take that, what you need to see is that needs to trigger the 15, so you get extra time on that. And then if that works, it needs to trigger the 30, so you can actually get out. If you don't, inside 60s. But look at that, new continuity level right there, and then boom, puke. So they're back to selling. Right off the top of our try, we pointed out at low a day right here. So we knew about that right there. Beautiful stuff. And then cloud, we go there. Mentioned your fivers are inside. Broke down here, and now they're moving, so break even stops. You can keep playing that. Go to ELF, doing the same stuff. So remember, every time something hits magnitude, these bars go outside of this. There's your try. You go to lower time frame, 5 or 2-2 back through. So that's how you can add to positions. And then if that works, you can add on the 15, then you can add on the 30, then add on the 60. So you get 4 ways to get in there. Crowd just slammed the lows, did pop back in. So don't let that go red if you're trying to play that one. And then IWM, it did fiver down, needs to trigger those 15. So when I'm looking at these off the top of the try, me and Sarah talked about this a little bit ago. Risk management. Normally we want really tight stuff, but if it's just the fiver and we need to see the rest trigger, a slightly smaller position and then a wider stop does make some sense, at least in my opinion. If you're trying to snag the high right off the high day or high of the try, it does make sense to me to do that. But in this case, I still wouldn't want to hold it if that fiver shooter or hammer goes against and starts coming back above the previous highs here. 171.86. So if it comes back above 171.86, I wouldn't want to be in the shorts there. If it doesn't, you get the 15ers. Yeah, so sadly, crowd. You see, pops into new lows exhaustion risk. That's why you got to go break even and then gets you out, sadly. Elf is like really coming back through nice. Definitely want to keep holding that. As long as it stays quarter and force, I'm swinging it. All right, so SPY, you can see the fibers worked. They just didn't hit their magnitude. It's not weak enough. So that's the problem in trading against that. You need to see the thing set up, trigger, and then keep going. So now we're seeing some problems because remember these two went outside of that. So if you can't get back into there, they're going to go and start taking more pivots here. That's a big problem. We still have a minute on the fibers. If we can close back into here, that looks better. But as it sits now, not the best. And it might be because ES, we did hit that exhaustion. So now it's really up to, can we stay under this low here and stay out of this previous range? Or are we going to pop back through? If we do, then that's going to be problems because they might try and rip it back through and TTO before really taking the quarters down, which normally is what we want to see. So when we're looking at these, it's like we take quarters lows, so we're 2 down quarter. We would look for lower highs to form because it's a 2 down, so lower highs, lower lows, right? And then if they're really going to puke it, they'll run it up, stop a ton of people out, and get a ton of people in longs, and we can really take them out. But we'd prefer, since we have shorts, for those to just stay down, which as of now, they kind of are. And XLF's nice, so we see the weakness there. That's good. So they also had fibers. They're just working a bit better. Sets up rev strat 15s, potential outside 60s if those were to happen. You can see Goldman Sachs, inside 30 shooter. That would confirm everything. Don't have much time left. You got 20 minutes for that to work. And SCHW from the try we mentioned. And you can see this is why I'm like, well, maybe we can start leaving stops a little wider if we're going top of the try. So we had the shooter fibers up here, and you can see they TTO these guys and really chop around in here and then make the new low. So this is outside of that. And crowd, this is why you don't want to hold if it starts coming in, because now you're PMGing these guys. So we might see them. Actually don't have new highs here, so I'll just draw it like that. You see IBM hammer up, so that's a problem. DIA, 2-2s up. SPY 2-2s up, makes new highs. That's triggering the hours now. So now fibers triggered the hours, Momo'd the 15ers. DIA is 2 up. QQQ is about to go 2 up as well off the fibers. So that one rev stratted to try and take it up. So when we see this, since we're at the top of the try, if those work and they don't come back in and they get outside of this, that's when we might start really seeing some TTO and some actual rally. And I would expect it to go take this out, 357.11. So if you stayed above the try here, we'd take that. And we see ELF comes back in again, so that's not good. See how it hammers the 15er, so they're going to try and keep that 60 in force. No bueno. We've got about 50 minutes for these to expire. And we do see the SMHs coming back off hammer hours. It's like NVIDIA. Not much else, though. I don't know where the buyers are today. Let's see. That was the one thing I forgot to do before we hopped off, was the bull continuity scan. So, looks like it's not right. Something is wrong with my scans today. I don't know. Oh, it's because it's a ticker. What am I doing? The materials, like, what, silver, gold? Kind of. Not much. Filter by what's up a lot. Rad. Yeah, so NNOX, you have hammer weaken force, inside month, so you got all week for that one to keep going. It means you can look at that 2-hour inside bar, maybe. That'd be if they really step back in. Yeah, so like a lot of stuff moving up is like penny stuff. There's like MU. Just mother bar problems. MKC about to re-trigger the rev strat down on the 60. Still something I'd want to know about there. And that's 3125ers down doing that with the 15er outside bar to go 3-2 and expand. Now it just use a stop at the high of the 60, and that should just work. Again, like, what first one really shouldn't have failed. I don't know what the puts look like. 70 puts are trading 330 by 310. And we'd want to see that 3 go 2 down for a reason to be in, since we didn't have the fiber to use. And if you don't want to take the 60 signal right off the 60, you can just wait for new signals to form. Like a Momo Shooter fiber, that's good enough. Put it in reverse. GS looks like more puke. Yeah, financials in general. So that one takes 30 shooter down. That's confirming. That's a signal. You can take that. Is it's in force. To the downside, puke. So 301.87. As long as we stay 2 down, that's where it's going. And it's going into lows where the market isn't. Yeah, so SPY, look at that. Is it equal highs? Yeah, equal highs. So stop at the highs would have been fine. But now, can they go 3-2 down, fiver to keep going? That would trigger the 15. You can see red 15, new 15 opens, right away green. So are they buying right there? Looks like it. We'll see if they just TTO. Back into this try though. So you can see they close back under these highs. That's good. But ideally you want to see like zoop. Qs also could do the same. New 15ers though, they're chopping them up in here. Amazon getting some heat in the news. You got an inside 15er there to play it. Could trigger the 30s down. Confirming 3-2 day, I believe. No, 2-2, kind of a kicker day almost. Inside week though, so better see that thing work. All right, new 15ers open, MKC. I would like to see them go 3-2 and force, or set up something on like the 5-minute time frame. Fiber shooter elf to trigger 15. Liquidity on there is starting to dry up a little bit, so just know the volume is low. Yeah, and that's why it's scary, because they can really spike this thing super quick, so I'm not even gonna be able to enter that. It just spiked back. Let's see, are they gonna TTO and get? Need signals lower. Currently SPY's deep inside 315er, so the 3 shows aggression, the 1 shows consolidation, the 2 tells us which direction it's going to go. Qs, similar, 215er. IWM is already taken the lows. Dow Jones also 3-1. The issue is we're 2 up 60, so we need things enforced to the downside if we're actually going to move. Nat gas. Let's see what Nat gas is doing. Everyone's like talking about what, longing it. Do you know how you win? Do you know when to long it? Right here, 2997. And then do you know when you hit exhaustion risk or short-term exhaustion risk? 3027. So if you look at the try on Nat gas, I actually called this whole rally here last year, and believe me or not, it's fine. We do have the tweets there to prove that. But that being said, we would like to see this side of the range first. So it's like everyone buys into this. It's like you might get a decent spike, But if that doesn't go anywhere and doesn't stay up, it's like you look at all these pivots set up here, and everyone's talking about the nat gas long. So if this is going to rev strat, it's probably going to do it when everyone's talking about longing it, and when the year is 2 down, right? It is exhausted, so we'll keep that in mind. You can see the quarter is what went 2-2 last quarter, so we just don't have the long green bars. That's what we want to see, because like we know if we see this big red candle forming, we know if it's going to go from like here all the way to here, it's got to go really red here first. So we prefer that. So far, SPY, no good. Coming back in. MKC did go 3 toots down. I'm a little late to that, sorry. So I have the 70 put, and I did get it at about 330. Make sure my fill's good. Order status, 326 actually. So 3-2 down 15er confirms the 60, and that came off of shooter 5er, which triggered, I just wasn't there for it. So you can chase or not chase, it's up to you. As far as stops go, 67.90 is where I'd want it. So we saw NTR get that corrective activity, now inside 60s. They're going to keep going. They'd go 2 and 2 down. DVN as well. So when you get stuck like this, what you wait for is things to hit magnitude. It tells you where the try is. So we're really stuck in here. Where's the try forming? Right here, the 15er. So now we know the try looks like this. So the question would be, how are you going to get out of there? And if you do, can we take that out to then come all the way back through that? Elf setting up 15er to trigger 32-2. You could wait for the 60s if you don't want to trade it 2 up 60. That's red. 15er just flipped red. And quickly around the horn, let's see. IBM still in force in the quarter, right? 60s 2 up red, rev strat, potentially. 15ers, they're closer to coming back down, so we go SPY. Nowhere near doing that, so we'll have to see if this shooter's all the way back in for us or not. And ideally, we just want to wait for these 60s to close out so we can get the 2-2s, but it might do it right on the 30 flip, so we gotta watch that. Elf, dang it. Elf takes 15ers 2-2. And straight to magnitude, so now it's potential outside 60. Look at how red that is. Dang it, I wanted to get an ad on that. I don't have a lot of contracts. I have like a, $1,000 position, and it started at $700, so I don't have much. But we got all quarter, so can't be too mad. 115er out of how many? It's like, let's say 20 trading days in a month times 3. And then there's 7 hours, and each one has 4. So that's 28, or wait, 7 hours, yeah, times 4, that's 28 15ers. So 28 times 20 times 3. So there's 1,680 15ers, so I missed one. Dang. That thing really is puking too. That was a great setup, I just wasn't there for it. That sucks. And MKC, dang it, they're going to stop me out. When that 15er went green, I should have been out, but I wanted to go a little wider, so I'm going to take the loss there. It looks like it might be a decent one. Yeah, so $20 a contract times 5, that's $100, sadly. And the reason I'd rather stop out of that is because it should just go. There's no reason for that to come back in like that. Just means they're not selling it. And now I'm definitely waiting for the next 60s, and I'm going to have my food in just a little bit. So I'm going to go off, and then we'll have two 260s over lunch in about 40 minutes, more than likely. Yeah, no, I saw your Nat Gas weekly report, so I figured it'd be pulled up. Seriously, we have so many people listening. I know a lot of people are working and stuff, but just spit out the tickers. Look for them. If you can find something that's moving, we'll pull it up and we'll tell you where it's going. Yeah, 3 minutes till I get my food. Nice. So when we're looking at SPY, notice this. They're not allowing it back into previous range. So if we're going to expand, this is where we're going to do it from. And we're going to do it off of 60. So that's good. We get 60 minutes to try and keep it under the quarter signal. So we'll try. We'll see if that works. But we just need to know daily exhaustion risk. So if that 60 doesn't stay in force, no go. So GS stays inside on the 60. That's no good. You are inside fives at the lows. So notice how small your try is right now, and the fact that they're failing to expand out of it. They're stuck in here. So it's not getting. Elf, look at that. 15 hits magnitude and they're done. So maybe it's a blessing I didn't get in that one. An MKC, yeah, sadly. You can see, get out of the way because we know if we fail here, the try goes to there, right? And then if they expand that, bigger try is this. So no reason to hold a loser. SPY chopping around still inside 15, inside our hammer 30 forming. So, no 60 setting up. We got 30 hammers. And what we'll notice is now they're trying to regain back above that daily low. So that can be problems. And XLUs have really been getting killed recently, so we would want to make sure that if you're a short player in XLUs, that you're not going to hold into a triangle expandle the other way. XLEs so far staying down there, so that's good. We can keep that in mind going into the next flip, that these have 322s on XLEs. Which is good for DVN because you created this outside 15er. Now, inside down, that could expand this, get it bigger, and confirm the day 2 down. So the weak ones are 2 down in the day. We could see if they want to set up for that. Go back to TSN, see what that's looking like. So might set up a rev strat hour, but still nice and inside day, staying at the lows. That's what we like to see. Still under the quarter trigger. Good. Tomorrow, that's what I want to know about. So get a nice big move again. You can see SPY on the 15ers, inside and up, boom, 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 taking out pivots. So now the 60s are confirmed by the 15s. So that's going up for next half hour for now. And Qs, same deal. So the 15s pop into the highs. Obviously, I'm not longing that. I'm not interested in the long, but if those 60s were to stay in force, this is simultaneous break. So if you're going to be longing this stuff against continuity, you would do it right now. And if you want to protect short positions, you can always grab that 15er, take it up, and if it works, now you're protected on the upside. You can see, look at how the market's going crazy up here. A lot of volume. So we'll see. Do we rev strat those 15ers into the next 15, or do we get going with the 2 up 60s? I want to go down to the 3 minute and see what happens when we hit the top of this try. We draw from right to left to include all the data. And as it sits now, you can see right at the top of the try in the 3 minute for now. And since that 60 is in force, that's what tells us this may expand because it's a signal. And the 15 as well. So now you can see they pop out of it. If they close and stay outside of that, then where do you expand to? 60-minute magnitude. And then these 2 bars on the 60 go outside of the previous bar here. So that would be the triangle. And whenever we say TTO, or triangle day out, we're looking for this, where we take both sides of the previous range here. And then once we can signals back through and fail, that's when we want to get back in with continuity. And it looks like my food's here, so I'll be back in a short sec. All right, I'm back. I'm just going to be quiet while I eat, and then we'll see. Looks like you have ELF closer to 30s down, so that could be a signal to try and slam into. Qs and SPY, no reversals on those 3-minute time frames, so that's still good at the highs. If they're going to get, it's going to look something like that. Inside and down 3-minute off the highs, bottom or top of the Browning formation. Might set up a 15 or rev strap for the indexes. ELF takes the 30s down, so relative weakness in comparison. So coming into the flip, what we're seeing, the 60 flip at least, green corrective activity on the 60 from SPY at 10:30. Same with the Qs, DIA, everything else. And things that are weak, like ELF, are taking previous 30 lows already. So those are going to set up 2 hours already back down. and potentially they go outside. And anything that's still inside 60 would also be of importance to know about. You can use the strat bot to see what triggers down, or if you go here, I'm not 100% sure if it's current. I believe it will be. You can do the 60-minute strat bot scan here and filter, and this will show you intraday stuff. So intraday, you can scan this. You can see these ones are the previous setups. But what you can do is once the 60 is closed, you can look for 2 ones, filter, and then look for the ones with full time frame continuity. And those ones would be the ones to go after, ideally. And that would be after the 30 closes, since this updates on the flip. Now I'm going to keep eating. What I'm doing right now, I grabbed a little bit of elf, not a lot, just because it's kind of bouncing around pretty hard. But see if those 30s will set up and trigger the 60s, and I'll try and take the 60s as well. But besides that, I'm kind of just sitting here. Qs just went outside 30, so you get short-term exhaustion there. But we'll be closer to setting up those 60s down if it can stay down there. Is another way to say rev strat essentially compound? No. So when we talk about compound inside, it would be this. So see how these are both inside of that? So when we're identifying the equilibrium, once this bar here has closed, we say this is compound inside of that, which means from this high, the highest high between these two bars, and this low, the lowest low between these two bars, this is the new equilibrium. It has just gotten slightly bigger since it went 2 up here and then came back in. So they failed that side. We can say that, but we can also say this is stuck or compound inside to that. And then when we're looking at this, we can also even say from this high to this low, all of these candlesticks here compound inside of this. Is we compound these together, compound these together. So you can see it's a 4-week consolidation pattern. So then once this breaks here, we would say potentially a 4-week breakout because 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks stuck inside of this stuff. It breaks here telling us rev strat, actionable signal. Although it is compound inside, it went slightly higher here. So that's still a rev strat. And then this breaks out. So now as long as we don't reverse, we get this week, and then next week to keep doing that, ideally. And that's when we compound bars together to try and figure stuff out like that out. And a great example of that would be SPY from last week. So you can see these two bars here compound inside of this, right? And it's actually these two bars went up, these two bars go inside, then these two bars go up, and then you can see corrective activity. So you get 2 hours worth of breakout because you get 2 compound inside. So when we're compounding, we can use it as a time aspect to understand how long that expansion has. But we're ideally really just trying to identify when we're stuck inside of the previous stuff. Because when we're trading, we don't want to be stuck inside here. We want to be expanding either side of the broadening formation, which in this case, Qs is a better example. So if we go like this, so you can see these 2 bars here were compound inside of all of this stuff. Then we made the new low. Then you can see we reversed back through the range because we always want to be trading to expand the range or trade back through the range. In this case, you had 260 and that trades back through it. Then notice these 2 bars compound inside of these 2 bars. So this would be an example of then expanding inside and up to go expand outside of the range. And then you can see when they do that, they take pivot targets. There's a lot to learn. I know it's a little bit much, but it's very important stuff. So Q is now, look at that, 3-2-15ers. So what do we say? If it stays down there, it can keep going. So inside bar and down after the top of the try, they did not continue. They reversed, and that had full time from continuity. Then they go to the bottom. Do they stay down there? Yes. Inside, inside. This is a compound inside bar. Notice how this breaks here, makes the new low, so no longer stuck inside. And now, are we weak enough to make new lows to this? And why are we looking at it up here? Because we drew this tryout earlier. But you're going to see from here to here, here to here, all of this was compound inside of everything here. Slight higher highs and then back through the previous range. There, boom. Now the problem is we get exhaustion risk. We take this pivot out. Now we have to take this and low a day, which are very far from current prices. So when that happens, we may see TTO where they pop them back up here and then start going again, which would coincide with the 2260. So if we flip the 60s and have some corrective and then keep going, we could see that. As of now, though, it's like nowhere near reversing this stuff, so we'll see if it keeps going. And ELF off the 30s almost hit its magnitude, so closer to 2 down 60 on the next flip in 10 minutes. Go to IWM. Now I wish I took that 5er short and left my stop at the highs like I said we should do, but you can see coming back in a bit, 15er shooters went in force. That triggered 30s 2 down, so you always need to take signals in a combination where one triggers another or one confirms another. Then you go to the 60s, that 1-3 rev strat we talked about. This is a 1-bar rev strat. So instead of going 2 up and then 2 down, you just pop up and then right back through. So this is trying to go outside of these 2 bars here. And we mentioned that before when this 5er was setting up. But you can see this is that new 60 open right at 11:30, and they failed to negate that. So that's one reason you can throw a higher stop up there, but not something I normally do, so that's why I didn't do it. And SPY had your rev strat 15, which you can see take this, and maybe that. We want to see them take all of that. And the goal is when you're taking entries is like how many pivots can you take out right away? Because the more you take out, the more potential longs here there are to get stopped out and start selling into it. So you can see it's like they sell right through that. Now if you're in longs with a stop here or here, anyone that bought in this price action higher, they are selling. And that's why the broadening formation happens, because it's like once we stop all these guys out, if they're no longer selling, it's like, well, everyone that's short has stops here, 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 here. Then we start reversing back through. It's like, that's a problem. Then you take them all out. We'll see, though, on the flip. That's what I'm really waiting for, to get the 60 signals in force, because now, like we talked about on SPY, we don't want to see it back above this low, and it's not. So we're setting up to start really trucking, because that quarter's in force now. So we'll see. We have 160 minute to confirm it, and then after that 60 closes, we've got nothing. Only thing we've got is, like, you could say that 4-week consolidation break up here. It's like 4-week inside and down. We have another 4 weeks of that. And then again on that 2-day chart, 2-2, it's like exhausted, but potentially could keep going. And if we go to ES, that same 2-day chart we mentioned before, notice how it hits magnitude. So if you stay below magnitude, we're now expanding, still going. So if you're able to snag ELF nearing pivot target 1, it's only 68 cents, but now 2260s, that would be good to keep her trucking. So 30 magnitude hit ELF. And you see SPY, sadly, exhaustion risk. They take it out, and they're done. So once the new 60s open, this is your current try on SPY now. We just created a new one, and you can see they're starting to send it back through. So if you're on ELF, don't let that come back in on you. And you'll notice how small it is, this try here on SPY. So want to be careful of that. And you see Q's 3-minute and up. Why? Exhaustion risk that we were talking about a second ago. Let me manage my position and we'll pull it up. So we'll see if these 60s can trigger. It's going to be up to the flip in 5-6 minutes. So they could TTO these guys, keep getting, that'd be good, but we don't know yet. For some reason, my brokerage is not letting me open my positions. Yeah, I might just be locked into ELF. Oops. My brokerage is just not loading right now. I can do it from my phone. So flip happens bottom of the hour. Yes. And the reason the flip's important is because every time you get the new flip, you can see how many signals are setting up in which direction. It's like we can see that just looking at the indexes, potential T2s back down. But then we also want to know, it's like how many things didn't rally? What's inside still compared to the previous 60? Because things are inside are still weak, right? Or things still at low day, those are still weak. So if the whole market were to reverse, anything that's inside 60 is the weakest. And anything that's been going into the lows shouldn't reverse because the whole market's now going down. So it's important because you can gauge when things should happen based on how many signals you have. And that's what we also do on like a weekly basis. So on like today, on once we get to Tuesday night, we want to go and look and say, well, what's our continuity? So Tuesday night, it's like how many signals are in force up or down on the weekly or monthly or quarterly basis? And then how many things are really long red or green bars, just obvious buying or selling? And what sectors are those? If there's like all in the same sector being bought this week, then we'd want to know about that because the whole market's going down. And then also how many things are inside week still as we get into the afternoon of Tuesday or the close on Tuesday. Because if a lot of things are going inside, then we won't get much action, or at least we can expect less action. So a lot of different things that we can do with continuity and signals. And ideally, that's why I want to get that series on my YouTube out, because Rob has it all organized and he has a way better organizational mind than I do as far as that goes. So as long as I can get those out and have everyone see that stuff, it's really helpful. Extended down with futures, usually looked at top of the hours for gauging relative strength. Yeah, so when we're gauging strength or weakness, it's really just everything's taking the week down in the market, right? So things that are inside week or actually two up week, those are going up this week and the market's going down. So we know those have strength. And then on a day-to-day basis, it's like the whole market today dumped, right? If we were to expect the market to start giving back gains tomorrow and see stuff going back up, things inside on the day were strong, technically. So if those were to go inside and up, that's a signal to the upside. But normally we want to do that like we talked about this morning with the QQQ and SPY. Which Qs, you got the 3-minute shooters into the lows, and SPY did TTO those guys and get right back down there. So coming into the 60 flip in 2 minutes, everything closer to 2 down or 3. Yeah, so great example. Let's talk about it. So that's why we don't want to trade stuff inside day. Like Tesla, I said this morning, you could do it, but look at this. You have insides. I don't actually know if that's true. It's like, look at 60 inside, day inside, month inside, week inside. It's like, what is this doing? This thing is doing nothing. It's going to do this for forever, right? So that tells you what? In comparison to like, we'll do it right here. We can literally, you go here and you click compare, do SPX. So like in comparison to SPX, notice how SPX, lower high to this, lower low, lower low. When we look at Tesla, we see lower high, lower low, higher high, even though this was lower than that. And then right here, this is higher low than this right here. It's like, do you see that how that's relatively strong Tesla? But we don't even have to do that. All we have to know is that it's inside day. So that's a great example. And then we look at it for tomorrow. It's like if the market were to start giving back some of the gains that it made on the downside or the losses, if it were to start gaining some price tomorrow, this triggers inside and up to the upside, and you could trigger the weak. So this tells you a lot about how strong it is. And that's why today, when we were talking about like XLKs, you're like, well, these are strong. So if the market were to start coming up today, these are closer to triggering signals to the upside. In comparison to like SPY, it's like that was nowhere really near doing that. It was actually 2 down in green at that point, or actually inside in green. And then we go to IWM, we're like, that's the weakest one. See how this is bright red day yesterday? It's like, that's not turning around, right? So as long as we stay under yesterday's lows, that's exactly why we short this 15er in the morning. Does that make sense? And it's also, this is all incredibly important because if you don't know where the sellers and buyers are, the strat doesn't work. That is one major problem. It tells you where they are if you do it correctly, But if you're trading stuff that's not moving, if it's Tesla, it's like you're trading the strat and you're in here and you're like, well, full time from continuity down right here, I should be short. And it's like, now it's continuity up, I should be long. You get killed. But then switch it to ELF, it's like right there, and then right here, and then right there if you want to keep going, and then here's the TTO, and then right there again, or right here on the inside fibers. So a lot more sense can be made with stuff that's actually moving, which is why I forget. I can't see your name. Why does Discord do that? Makes me so mad. I can't read your name. It starts with an O. I believe it was you yesterday who were like, "Yeah, I just stopped watching it." That's why you don't stop watching it, because when we go to NTR, it's like, look at the week. It's like that's good all week, and that happens right at 61.40. Option strat. Thank you. But it's like that's why you don't stop watching it. That's good all week. It goes in force here, and then we know instantly that's selling on the week while the market stayed inside week on Monday, right? Like SPY didn't do this. So that tells you instantly they're selling this more than last week and more than the rest of the market. So you're relatively weak all over. And then NTR is also part of IWM, which is the weakest thing we know about because of that shooter rev strat quarter in force. So all of it's important. ELF is trying to go fivers into 60 triggers if you wanted to try and pyramid into that one more. Again, I'm just locked into my stuff from the 30. For some reason, I can't log into my chase. Oh, no, I'm here. Nice. And to be frank, I've just been kind of trading the ELF, and I had some IWM this morning that I still have, and that's about it. So now, potential 3-2s on the 30s. So remember, the 3 is the try. You go 2, then you're expanding it. You need a signal to do that, though. So there's no signal fiber here. And the odds are significantly lower of not expanding if you don't have signals here. But the 30 could trigger the 60. So we do have at least one. That's why we like Qs, because it's inside and down on the day. So this 2260 goes in force, you instantly have 2 signals now. Back in Alpha again to use that fiber. Better work. I have it off the 30, so I'm just waiting to see if it can go. If it doesn't work, you only got 5 minutes on that. I know you know what you're doing. Just letting you know. And everyone else listening. It's like that fiber shooter, you get 5 minutes for that to work. If it doesn't work, you can either get out right away and just say, I'll find a different one, or you can wait for it to go 2-2 against you. So when we're taking signals, ideally it should go 2-2 and then 2-2-2 continuation, or 2-1-2. So now ELF off the fiver did dump a little bit, needs to make the new low, so you're not inside 60, 30, 15. And you'll notice right now, 5 minutes the only thing in control besides like the quarter and the week being inside down. But inside down week into quarter, that's 2 signals. So this is the 3rd signal. It's pretty neat. And that's why it's dumping so much. And I guess I'll show you guys. These are my current open positions from, so like this is from yesterday, this is from yesterday, this is from yesterday. Today, I believe I grabbed that this morning and I think I forgot about it and then didn't get it. Items in my thinkorswim. It's only small contracts. So now ELF, you are 60s in force. Good. Fivers worked. Break even stops ideally. Or at the very least, 98.40 for your level of risk there. Because that's the high of the 60 minutes. So if that 60 is going to work, it should just 2-2 and get. Crowd doing outside week? Nice. And you see crowds like every time that 60s flip, look for the new signal, 15 or shorter, boom, back to selling. There's one here as well, back to selling. I know we were talking about the fivers in here, but then you can see all this here compound inside of that stuff. So what's happening on the higher time frame? The 15 gets formed. And the reason that it gets formed is because you TTO the smaller time frames with the smaller time frame broadening formation. Glad I got a Tesla. Yup. Trading inside day. Blah. So crowd, beautiful stuff from you. I forget who picked it. Was it Larry? I don't know if it was Larry. Someone mentioned it this morning on the stream, but beautiful, beautiful setup. Amazon getting. Yeah, so Amazon. Yeah, you got the rev strat there as well. Nice. So rev strat 15, that works. Triggers the 60 down. You can take that. Low a day exhaustion risk though. And then slight exhaustion on the daily, but they're bright red. So next pivot would be to go take out last week's lows. Just keep in mind you are inside week. So if the 60 is not in force, you're into the chop shop, which right now it is in force. So any confirming signal would be good there. Right now you got one or PMG against you, but that's it. So let's see. SPY, 2 hour down. Qs, 3-2-30s, triggers 2 hour down. And then notice SPY, the 1 minute try. See how you're popping out of that now? So that's the 2 hour going in force. The try creates the signal, and then it expands when the signal goes in force. Neat. IWM, 2 hour down, IWM. So simultaneous, there's your rev strat right there. If you're long or short from the morning, you add on that because where is it going? Quarterly magnitude. So if that 60 works, doesn't come back, it's going to go to magnitude. MKC, notice how it's going up. That's why we get out. If it fails, it's not going down. ELF, going into potentially new low a day after your fivers confirmed your 60s. So right here, boom, snipe it. And your stop's nice and tight in there. So now break even, let her rip. And you can add on that 60 down if you really wanted to. Georgia, you're a little bit biased, Georgia Joe. To be frank, you picked it up very quickly. I'll give it to you. Like you picked it up extremely quickly. So I love to see that. But I thank you for the recommendation. I'll pull Amazon up here for you guys. And you can see Amazon makes me a low day, and then because your day magnitude, you don't got any. Needs the 60s to stay down there. ELF, look at the puke. Why does that puke like that? Because corrective activity. So what corrective activity is since we know, and we've said this all morning, your red month, red day and week, red 60, anytime that's red, you're selling. Corrective activity allows people to get long and put stops at obvious pivots. So those stops go at low a day or where they got in. So here or here or here on the 15ers. So when we have the corrective activity, we know if we take low a day and keep going, anyone long in here instantly at a loss. So we look for that because then we are now people trapped in longs, and every known participant is a seller. So they're definitely in a losing position, badly timed longs. So this is beautiful. Hopefully we keep puking, and obviously the month is really red, so that's looking good. The quarter is nice and in force. So as long as we can close out at the lows, ELF, we'd like to see that start really falling apart as the quarter progresses. Yeah. We can't say guaranteed. That's illegal. Our pitch at Stat is we can teach you how to understand what a price chart's doing. Can't teach you how to trade it, though. That's impossible. It's illegal. So now that ELF has made the new low, you do get exhaustion risk, but if we can stay down there, even better, because we know that inside 15er made the new highs, and then we had the new lows here. So if we stay under that, we're expanding to the downside. And we can go back to XLEs. I know we mentioned the 60s there. So sadly, no triggers. You do have continuity, so they could trigger. but 15 are double inside, so they're holding up strong for now. NTR, same deal, double inside 60s. TSN, nice and at the lows for us. DVN, so DVN, what, 2-1-60s, so still stuck in there. And as time goes on, you're going to notice we go inside 4 hour. So into tomorrow, we could go inside and down. That'd be confirming signal, but we'd have to see that happen. And XLUs, remember we mentioned the try is going to expand here, so you're going to see now they're popping out of it. So what are they going to try and do? Stop these guys out, and then maybe the rest. We'll see. But going into tomorrow, XLUs, this was actually one in my strat video I posted last night, which I suggest you watch. You're going to see your try looked like this, then like this. So now they just expanded it bigger to here. Which now that we're looking at it like that, we have to really zoom out and see what's the big try. Got that one like this, but you're still outside of that. So what we'd want to see is 2-2s up, retest that stuff, and keep going. Is that year we talked about this morning? The year is in force, so stable of that, we can really start getting. So currently, RevStrat 60s IDBM, not moving much, but they're still 2 down. So we've got another 50-ish minutes, still red. So their sellers are present. As long as that stays red, that's true. IDBM, or DIA is 2-260 still in force. SPY, not in force anymore. So it goes from being a 2-2 reversal to being a nothing. It is 2-2 down, but it's not in force. So until we have confirming signals back down, this is starting to come back through. We want to keep note of that. Same with Qs. New low a day exhaustion risk and 225 or up. So it's not in force right now. It's technically a nothing, but we need to keep that in mind. Plus, now we have the 2-260s hit magnitude. This is outside of that. So we do have a try starting to set up and form here, which the previous try looked like this. So you can see they're trying to get out of that, but you got to stay out if you're going to do something. And if they pop back in, then now the try just got slightly bigger, and they might go and stop anyone out that's trying to short this stuff and take that out. 3, 5, 6, 51 if it reverses on the 15. So don't let that happen to you. ELF, after making the new low, is popping back in as well inside 5er. So it hasn't reversed yet, but they're inside and closer to 2 up. So careful. We'd like to see the 60s keep puking, but if they can't, they can't. Yeah, tons of knowledge everywhere. Yeah, look at this. Look at the treasuries. Oh my gosh. People on Twitter, they're like, oh, it's going to reverse. It's like, look at that. They just retested the monthly try. I think I need to update my post from last year. We called this whole move in treasuries, which is the crazy part. I just want to show you guys this. This right here was when we mentioned the monthly going to the upside and set up the quarter hammer. And you see right back through the try. So did we know about rates? Absolutely. And then right here, the retest. Not trading this, obviously, but right there, the quarter 2-2, and then you pivot, take them all out. If you're short it, you're screwed. And now that we're expanding, what are we going to take out? This, potentially this. And if we look back, this is all pivot machine gun on like a decade chart. Or if we go to the year, you can see. So if I could separate it by like 5-year time frames, it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's go back from like 2020. How about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like this would be a candle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be a candle. That would be a candle. So you can see on like a very large macro basis, this is a huge pivot machine gun that just got set off by the Fed when they decided to raise rates. So like what's actually happening here? We're going to have rates longer, higher for longer for sure. Is how are you going to reverse that 12-year chart? You're not. So here's the pivot machine gun. All right, so 60 SPY back in force. You have 5-minute shooter if that were to go in force. 15ers just open and went inside. So we'll see if we get 15 minutes inside bar. Yeah, so can you talk about targets for things that are triggering quarter down? Are you holding for quarter magnitude? Or are you just expecting a lot of short setups in the coming weeks? So I'm looking for quarter magnitude. The reason being is because the quarter signal. So the way this works, think of the signals as if they're in force, we know where they're going, right? And the way we know if they stay in force is the lower time frames. So like the lower time frame is your map of what price is doing right now or right this week or right this day or right this 60-minute. The quarter is more of this will tell you if that stays in force and your lower time frames are still like aiming you towards the downside, that's where you're going. So the lower time frames will continue to confirm in the direction of this, which means we can't just grab the quarter short and just hold it for forever. Although you can, if you're trading shares and you're trying to be like a macro chart trader where you can trade like a hedge fund, you can do that. So that's a possibility, but it's not what we do because we're trying to reduce our risk and have our day trades and whatnot. So when I'm looking at this, I see inside week down, and that triggers the quarter. So we get 2 signals in force. When we're trading, we want at least 2, simply because we then know we are confirming a higher time frame move, and the signal, such as the inside bar, tells us we can expect prices to move. And you'll notice anytime you get an inside bar, it's like inside, boom, puke, inside, boom, rally, inside, boom, puke, then inside, and it's like we're watching that puke, right? And instead of closing at the magnitude, we then know it's like, well, we have all week. So as long as that's under 103.63, we want to be short, right? So I can hold until Friday. And by the time it's Friday, if this is going to work, it might be at $88 by then. So what that means is now I have a winning position. And since the strat's all about making winning positions, I can then do whatever I want with that. I can add to it, I can partial from it, or I can hold it. Because as long as it doesn't come back, it's winning, right? So what I'm looking to do is create positions using weekly and daily signals. And then if those higher time frames are in force, I can continue holding. But let's say next week, so let's say we get this nice 2 down week, and next week we decouple, meaning the month and week open right now are the same, because on Monday, the new month happened, new quarter happened, new week happened. So next week we get new information, meaning we don't know what the week participants are doing right now. We only know what the month is doing, and we technically only know what the quarter's doing, right? So we can trade the weekly chart because that's still a setup, but we just have less information based on our time frame continuity. So next week when it opens, if it's nice and red like this, I know it's nowhere near reversing. So I can just hold on to that and be like, well, it's not going to reverse because it can't, right? So then let's say it opens and we go from here and we open and we go inside and then close at the highs. It's like, well, on a weekly basis, if that goes inside and up next week, if it's weak, it'll go and set up the rev strat. So I can try and hold and see if that's going to happen or not. But if it goes inside and up, the magnitude, if that were to do what it's supposed to, would be to go and take that out. So what would that do? It's like the quarter would no longer be in force. So you use that weekly to then guide you. If that quarter is going to work, it won't do this. It'll go down and then maybe it goes inside and then maybe it goes down again to keep going, right? Like this is what we'd be looking for if it's going to just keep puking, because you want new signals to form and trigger in the direction of those higher time frame ones. And the reason we do it this way is because we know that the quarterly signal, what that is on the lower time frame, is a broadening formation, because we're always either trading back through previous range, stuck inside a previous range, or going outside of the previous range. So if this were to fail, this is like, see how all of these bars are outside of everything left in here, meaning we've made new highs and new lows. This is a compound 3 to all of this price action in the left of the try. So see how that's outside of this? We know if that doesn't reverse, we're now expanding and making the range bigger, which is what the quarter signal is. So as long as we don't reverse, we know we're expanding. But if it ends up coming back through, it's like, well, even though the quarter's 2 down, if the week's coming up and the month hammers and then triggers, it's like that's definitely going to the other side of the range, or at least trying to. So we constantly have to reconfirm things we know to be true. So like if the quarter's in force next week, if we have a winning position here, we either need to go inside to set up a 2-1-2 continuation on the week, or we need to go 2 down, which would reconfirm the quarter because we're now trending lower on the weekly time frame. So you constantly are confirming or negating. And that's why we always say it's like, this is exhausting. It's like, what's exhausting? It's like you're either going into new lows, which is exhaustion risk, doesn't mean it has to reverse, or your time frame continuity is exhausting or changing, which means this week opened right here. That's a different open than this. So they went from buying last week to now selling right here, right? So that's a change in continuity. That means whoever is buying last week, they're no longer there. So we want to know about continuity changing. We want to know about exhaustion risk. We want to know what's in force, like how many signals are in force. Do we have 2 signals in force telling us like things should really start moving? Or is there no signals in force? And something like this morning on SPY, it's like once this 60 2-2 reversal closed, there's no signals in force on the 60. The only signal we have is 2-2 day, which is still good and in force, but we need to make note of that, because if the 60 were to go green here and start really coming through, it's like, is there lower time frame signals on the 15, 30, 60s that are bringing you up? And then remember, it's like this 60 up, this 60 opens, then goes red. It's like, do we know? Yes, we're talking about that try, right? And then what does that set up? The 2-2-60. It's like, what does that confirm? The 2 days in force, we're still going down. We did exhaust, but now we're reconfirming. Then you go to the hour, that's reconfirming there. Then you go to the 5 minute, that shooter fiver reconfirms all of that for 5 minutes. And then after that, if those time frames are going to be true and take hold and be in control of prices, we would expect this to try and keep going. So as long as the fiver doesn't reverse, it's like that's technically still going down. So does that make sense? And so do you enter on an actionable signal, hammer, shooter, Momo hammer, inside bar? For example, 2 up red for reversal, it's now shooter, do you take it? So when you don't have an actionable signal, all that means is this candle, it's not actually like people trapped in longs and we're shorting this because their stops are right there. It's more so we were going up, now we're going down. And if there's long from in here, we're going to try and take those guys out. So what the actionable signal tells us, such as this 2-2 reversal, it's like they bought in there, right? So that's a good signal to be looking at because they're long and now they have to sell in this candle. Boom, right? That's why we close at the lows. Like they sold all hour to get out of those. Or like a shooter, what does that tell us? Like we go here. Why does that shooter tell us information? Because it pops all the way up, people get long, and then it comes all the way down. So if we go 2-2 and they're long into that, they all are forced to get out, which you can see they start puking. So the signals increase our probabilities because we know if the present, or we know that if what we believe about that candle going up and then falling back in is true, where it has trapped long participants, that would heavily increase our odds of a winning position because we now have losing positions that are forced to trade in our direction. So the signals increase probabilities. The reason you take this is because we're reconfirming what we know. So if we look at the red daily candle, it's like SPY on the daily basis. Are they selling it? Well, at this point, when it triggered, it's down $3.45, about 1%. So they're definitely selling that, yes. And the quarter right here is in force. So we're reconfirming all of that right there. And then you take the 5-er here, and that gets you in because now everything's confirmed, full time frame continuity. That should not fail because the 5-er shooter has trapped long participants, stopped out these guys. And if you take that short right here, you're forcing them to close. So if you hold for several weeks, we'll expect weekly TTOs. It's really just every time you get a new time frame open, it's either going to reconfirm or negate what we know. Like if we open a new 30-minute in 4 minutes and it goes green, it's like that's negating what we know. It's like they're no longer here. They were here for 30 minutes. Now they're gone. So we need to constantly look for stuff to reconfirm or negate. And that's how this move happens. It's like from here to here, that's 15 minutes, right? It's like right here. Notice you go from 11:30 and then 11:45 right here. They changed. They were here selling for 15 minutes and then they're like, nope, I'll wait. Then it goes into the highs and then they're selling right here. It's like, okay, how long are we going for? Well, they go from 12 o'clock. They just flip that. You can see they negate the 30 open right here. And then you have until what? 12:30. And then what's that? That's the 60 flip. So what do we need to see? The 60 needs to go 2 down. Then we need confirming signals. And we got both of those. Went 2 down, set up a shooter, you can take that. So it's constantly reconfirming or negating what we know about that higher time frame. And you don't have to have the signals, but they increase your probabilities. And in the case of like looking at SPY here, the 2260, we know the magnitude of that. We know we're confirming everything else. And if that works and hits low a day, then these 2 bars went outside of this. So your try just got created. And then if it doesn't reverse, if we go 2 down again, now you're expanding it. So like we get in here and if they stay down there, we're like, yes, get, and we just yell at it to keep going. And now that we're daily exhaustion risk, what we can expect is like, well, we made the new low. So if they were to reverse, what would happen here first? They would hammer the 5-er. And then if that worked, what would happen? They would set up the 15-er, which in this case, we actually close now in 2 minutes. So this is a great example. How are we going to know, does it confirm or negate? Are you anywhere near reversing the 30? Absolutely not. Are you anywhere near reversing the 15? Absolutely not. So what needs to happen here? New candle goes 2 down. If it goes inside, then we know either it's going to go 2 up and negate what we know or go 2 down and confirm what we know. And we know based on continuity, based on the quarter in force, the odds are actually higher of us going back down. And I was going to say something about the 5-er, but I didn't notice the time. Yelling is key. Yeah, get. Go and get. Yeah. You should take up teaching. You know what's really funny? I've gotten a lot of compliments, I guess. I'm not letting it inflate my ego because I think that I can do so much better. But when I was younger, I hated school. I disliked all my teachers. And now people are, yeah, you're teaching now. It's like, yeah, it's pretty much what I do every day. It's like I teach. And I think it's so funny because I hated school and teachers and all of it, I hated it. So it's kind of like karma, I guess you could say. Life works in mysterious ways. Yeah, there's Brick King right there. How are you doing, Brick King? Have you been around today or you been busy? See, yeah, that's the thing. School's just so wrong. So like, okay, here's the new flip. Notice how it goes red right away. Good. Needs to go 2 down because that would confirm. And if it doesn't, then we're stuck inside. So that's no longer confirming what we know. But if it goes 2 down, that 60's in force still, 30 more minutes. So that can puke until 11:30 if it goes 2 down. Because the 30-minute would be 2 to the downside. Busy, no sleep, scalped a little here at the 60 down. Nice. So now it just negated, went green, inside green. So is that confirming or negating what we know to be true? Since it's gray, based on our continuity, that's negating. What is happening on the lower time frames? Potentially 225 or against after low a day. What would that confirm, negate, or do? That would potentially get you up into the 15er, but we're nowhere near that. So I can hold down here and say, well, this is likely to TTO and then keep going because it's nowhere near triggering that. And if that 5er goes in force, the magnitude's only to take this out. So now we'll see, did it TTO? Yes. Does that set up a shooter or go outside? That's what we want to know. What's the next 2 on the 5 minute? If it closes like this, the next 2 would be 2 down, or at least it'd be closer. So we'll see. And you see, you go on the lower time frame. Now you have a 3. So if that starts expanding, you know they're going to try and take that pivot out right here. Potential outside weak list. Yeah, let's check out coin. A lot of people are on it today off that. Whoa. Yeah, so look at that. So if that 3 goes 2 down and we stay below this, you could expand lower, but right now you're stuck inside of all that. If you go like a 5 second, look at that. Price moves in a series of broadening formations. Isn't that neat? Coin hour went in force. Nice. So you get the rev strat full time from continuity coin and potential 3 on the week. So your magnitudes to take, you can see last month's lows right here. So you can see they buy it in here. If it stays in force under there, that's confirming the 3-2 day down. The magnitude of that is to go here. It is compound inside, so we want to make note of that. If this were to fail, you're in the chop shop. Can't short comment on it? Yeah, you're a big common trader now, aren't you? So check out this 5er SPY. Nowhere near reversing the 15. We mentioned that. Now, slight higher high. Do we know not to take that? Yes. Comes back in. Shooter 5er if that were to just set up and trigger. Or you go on like the 2 minute, you get outside shooter, which we'd prefer to see the 5er do it, right? And then you go to Qs. Remember the try on Qs. What'd we do? Closed outside of it, retesting it on the 5er. So what happened this morning? We closed outside of it, retested it on the 5er, and then puked, right? And then we TTO'd. So now this is, if we're going to fall apart, this is when we start falling apart. So if we can stay out of that, then any signals you took up here, you know you're good. It's like, well, stop, break even plus commissions. It shouldn't come back, right? And then we look for, I don't know if it's going to help me do that. We look for the quarter to trigger ideally. If we go to SPY, it's like that's already down on the quarter. So now, boom, now we're into the lows. You can see, sadly, they came off the 2 minute shooter. Makes new lows, but there's no actionable in force here. So you do have an outside bar. That goes 3-2. That can expand. But notice there's no actionable 15, no actionable 30. It's just the 62-2 in force still. So that's still good. But shorting down here with no actionable signal, not good. That's not what we want. That's why you prefer Qs. If that's 5er shooter, you could take that, but it looks like it'll go outside. Then you go to ELF. Look at that. 2-2 makes new lows, keeps going. So that's good. And you'll see, how does it keep going? It reconfirms double inside 5 and down after the first entry. So you can take that. And then negates on this, but shooter 5er could potentially send it again. But now you might have problems being inside 30, but that's good because you're 2-2-2-1, potential 2-1-2 continuation at 11:30 on the next 60 flip. You can see SPY now popping out of the try. Ideally, what we want to see is that 60 close and then keep going because these two are outside of that. So once that closes, that's your try, and then 60s can go too. But this is a good start. We talked about not coming back above that low, which would be good, and we didn't. And then we talked about a potential reversal back down, which we did. So stay down there. We're still good. And we'll check the XLEs, see what those are doing. Yeah, 3-2-2 hour. Nice. And what'd that come off of? Double inside 15 to do it. So we talked about that. I did not take it, but we do have NTR. Look at that, inside and down. That's not going to be XLEs, but it's part of what I'm looking at here. Then DVN, did we talk about that? Look at that, 15er, compound inside one, rev strat right here, boom. They take out all these pivots at once and then puke that whole candle. Now, you need to make new low day or else you'll notice this is all stuck inside to everything on the left. And what happens there is when you're stuck inside of everything here, you can start potentially coming back through. So we don't want to see reversals here. Yeah, crowd. Oh my gosh, what a beaut. And I mentioned on crowd, you can take anything. Look at that. We were talking about the 15er up here. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Isn't that pretty? All right. So Qs, they're out of it. We'll see if they can keep getting or not. So you can see it. We'd mentioned that 15er outside bar on Qs. That went 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, done. Gone. Now quarterly lows, 351. Just under 350, 351.38, just about. You got on GS. Yeah, so remember GS. What do we draw out here? Broadening formation, because this is inside of that. So you ask yourself here, what actionable signal can I take to potentially take the lows out to start confirming again? And then once it gets out of here, you can see they're really starting to puke. So the 5 minute, you had the 3-2 to the downside with the shooter. That's potentially a signal. The 10 minute had the shooter that did not reverse against you. And the 15 minute went, what, 2-2 to the downside. And then the 30, shooter 30 outside bar. So if we're taking that, that has to just go, because we don't want to hold something that takes that out and then starts coming back through these pivots here, because that'd be a problem. Which you can see if we went on like a 3 minute, 3 TTO, 1 rev strat down, and then they close outside and blast off. So still getting killed in the X to lefts. You're still going down to 301.87 for GS. I know we haven't been the best at really sticking around on these and talking about them, but we're talking about a lot of concepts today, so that's good. Then Morgan Stanley, talked about that one too. Boom, inside hour down. What'd that do? Confirmed everything else. And we also talked about the GS inside hour, so you had that as well. And then SCHW inside hour, which, boom, look at that. Inside down, puke. And this is what, when we talk about let them open, this is what letting them open is. You wait for all the ones to get really red, and then you just wait for the new signals on the 60-30. And then it's low stress. But we like to get the lower time frame stuff, because then we can snag that, like that oneer on Qs this morning if we missed the 15ers. Like, that was beautiful. So let's get back in here. IWM, did we know about the rev strat? Right when it went red up here, we did. Yep, there it is right there. Boom, puke. Where's that one going? We've said it a million times. Go to the quarter. That one's going right here, 167.46. And did we say you could stay short from this morning on the 15? Absolutely. Did we say you could add right there on that triggered? Also absolutely. So ELF pukes into the lows. It is starting to rally back on the 15. Careful. Notice the PMG here. It's like, this is when shorts can really get killed if you don't know what that looks like. So if you shorted the 30, I would want a partial there, just based on that look. If you want to wait for the 15 to trigger, you can, but not that's not my forte. I don't like waiting. It is still under low day, so you can still argue that it's still good, which it hasn't reversed yet, so it is. But check out that 60. It's like new lows and then right back in. So these two outside of that, you're probably going to go and take the highs out with that PMG 15. I'm still going to hold the stuff from this morning on that one, just not the rest. And man, Chase, my account's just lag today. Like, I can't even get in here right away. So hopefully it doesn't cause me to take a loss. Well, we're in. Nice. Yeah, so ELF 13%, 2 contracts. It's like $100. So I paid for my loss on MCK or MKC. Forget which one it was. Yeah, so 312, 3 to 340, so just under $30 a contract. So actually wasn't 100, it was like 60. So it didn't completely pay for it, but I still have all the other stuff, so we're still good there. And IWM, that one's good. Q's puke. For those of you that are not normally in the streams, has this been helpful? Have you guys learned something? That's the whole point of these streams. Hell yeah, love it. We have like about 100 people total listening, so everyone's just being quiet, which is fine. If you don't know stuff, then it's fine to be quiet. Wish I could watch instead of listening like a podcast. Yeah, hopefully, ideally, Ideally, this should be something people can just listen to. It's just hard because we're sitting in the lower time frames a lot. We do have the 60s. We talk about those, but you kind of have to listen and just be like, oh, RevStrat 60 IWM, got it. Because we know what that looks like, don't we? Amazon, you got the puke for you. So it gets down there, and then you'll see anywhere near reversing the 15. Is it still good then? Yep. Absolutely. I'm planning on staying on more often than not, longer. I'm not going to change the schedule because I don't want to hook myself into that, like guaranteed every day, because that's too much every day. But if for all the stat members that are in here today, uh, especially with this volatility now that we're getting with signals in force finally, like remember we were talking about this last quarter. I was like, look at all these quarterly signals, I can't wait. And now we have them, so we're gonna have a good time in stat, I'll tell you that. No time to chat, counting my W's, learning a ton today. Love to hear it. That's awesome. So kind of just grinding into the lows on Q's. IWM's the real puker we know about. Q's doesn't have that in force yet. And we can check out the SPY too. And you see SPY also grinding into the lows inside fiver down there to try and confirm going into the 15 flip. And SPY right there, 222. That's your Randy Jackson. So we can go quickly look at that. You're going to see right here, the bearish Randy Jackson. Entry and target. That's what we traded on the 60. Technically, ELF's still good. It's just 30s down at the lows now, retesting previous low a day. Little overwhelming, but very rational thought process. So it'll sound like that for sure, especially with these open streams. What we're really looking to do is like answer your questions, get you guys involved, because you're not going to learn how to trade if you're not asking questions about the things you don't know, right? So on days like today, we're trying to get through as much content and ideas as possible to help you guys out. But what we're aiming to do in the future is hopefully get it to where we don't have to talk about any of those concepts during the day, and we can just rattle off all the signals setting up. Because then it's like, well, SPY, IWM, DIA 60s to the downside, and you're like, yep, got it. And then it's like, all right, here's the weakest ones. Banks and energies. Still good on Q's and ELF? Nice. Yeah, ELF, I want to hold on to that. I wish I could get better ads into this. Like the 30, it's technically nowhere near taking that out. I don't want to give back that money. All right, NRG, are you in the stream? Just say yeah if you are. So ELF is setting up to keep going on the 30s. 6 or 7 weeks. Awesome. The big aha was the video series with this. I finally get why we're concerned with continuity and Campbell's, which participants are driving price action. Still not clear on broadening formations TTOs. So SPY, this is it, we literally talked exactly about this. So today, I don't know if any of these, so IWM would be a better example of this. Should pop it up. So TTO, what it is, a successful pullback is always a reversal. And if it's successful in stopping people out or TTOing, aka triangle layout, where we create a broadening formation and look to trade back through it, it's always going to be a reversal that hits magnitude. So IDBM was the example of that today, where we expected the rev strat because it hit its inside and up magnitude, and we know continuity is lower, so that's a successful TTO because we've now taken out one side of the range. When we're looking at like Qs and SPY today, we wanted to see the hour magnitude get hit because then we'd have these 2 hours be an outside bar of that. So for example, if we were thinking short up here, the TTO occurs when this hits magnitude, because now notice how these are an outside bar of this. That's your broadening formation on a lower time frame. So if we go down there, you're going to see this was the one we traded this morning. So we can redraw it to make sure it's correct, including all the data. So you can see they go all the way to the top of the try. Then this morning they had the 15ers to slam it into the lows here because the magnitude of the 15ers was to come back through after this TTO. So all the TTO is find the broadening formation. And remember, the one that we found on Qs was 2-2 reversal hits magnitude on the 15s. This is your try, these 2 bars outside of this. So a successful TTO would take out the highs here, which we'll notice these bars here are an outside bar of these bars in this. So this is your triangle. That's your triangle or TTO. Then what we look for is the reversal back down. The 1 bar rev strat here, that's a reversal. And it's a 1 bar go 2 bar rev strat because it's a shooter. So we look to take it right there if we want. And that would then trigger or set up the 60s back down. So you can see we took one side of the 60s and then took the other side. So we take one side of the range, fail, and that's the TTO. So it's constantly just looking for those previous highs to get taken out and then signals to set up. Yeah, look at Qs. Is that reversing? Nope. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Still good, right? So hold on, baby. Where's it going? Down there. Right here, 351.40. If it doesn't reverse, we've got just about 2 hours to do it. And then SPY. That one's enforced to the downside. So are we holding that? Absolutely. We did not regain that low, so we're still good. Get. And that's why we hold that one from up there if you get the 15ers, because it's nowhere near coming back in it. And IWM, that one's the real puker. Look at this one. Get. Walk through how to use the scanner. So we talked about it slightly. So it's not where I want it yet because the scanner, it doesn't let you scan for setups across multiple time frames. What we're working on now is domino scans and alerts on those. So like, for example, what we'd want to know about going into this quarter is anything quarter actionable. So if we were to scan this quarter, we can then look for, let's say we're looking for rev strats, which the banks should show up. Then we look for 2 up in red, the tag. Then we filter, and you're going to see SCHW, that's a bank. We know that. And then Visa, that's financials as well. XLF is the financials ETF. So we know 2 up red quarters, and they're a rev strat. 1, 2 up, 2 up in red. So that tells you that. And then ideally what you want to do, since this doesn't show you multiple time frames, you want to go and be like, well, is there signals I could use to trigger that quarter? Because we always want to be using a signal to trigger it or using a signal to confirm it. So if we go to SCHW going into this quarter, that is a signal right there. That's a shooter. That's actionable, right? So we take it short there if we want. And if you don't want to do that, you go on to the lower time frame stuff and you look, what signal could trigger that to happen? Oh, the shooter day signal. And is it off the top of the broadening formation? Yes, it is. Because we've now, these 2 bars here go an outside bar of that. So if we fail the highs here, this is a successful TTO with actionable signal back through the other way. So you short there. And since it works and goes into the bottom of the try, once this closes, this is your try here. So today, if they continue, they're going to expand that. Boom. Right? So just like this morning on IWM, we said they're at the bottom of the try. If they're going to keep going, they're going to go 2 down and expand that, which boom, they are. So you have to use it. You want to scan on the flips. So like every new month, scan the monthlies. Every new week, scan the weeklies. And then, like, for example, if we went into this week, it's like, okay, on the weekly, we want to look for things inside, ideally, because that'd be a good signal to take. So like maybe a 2-1. And then if they're a shooter, that'd be good. So we can scan, sadly, nothing. So we'll just remove it and say, is there any 2-1s? So like on here, there's only TTWO and PHM. Is there a 3-1 maybe? Yeah, sadly, no. So we'll look at the 2-1s and see, would they trigger anything? So PHM, TTWO. So PHM, notice your inside week actionable signal. So under there, we want shorts. What is that confirming? Well, what is the month doing? Okay. What is the quarter doing? Shooter, boom. So we can take that to confirm the quarter. So we get a week for this thing to get as red as possible to come back through these pivot targets. And then if it works, we can try and swing it into this stuff down here if we stay confirming on the lower time frames. So when you're scanning it, it has to do with every flip. So every night, it's like, well, if the whole market dumped today, we would go in here and we'd be like, well, is there anything inside day in case we were to go inside tomorrow and give back some of the downside gains that we made? Then it'd be like, well, is there any 2-1 days? And then we'd scan for that, which if we look at it now, it's going to show inside days going into today. So it's not going to be helpful right now. But after the close, it would do that. So like every time the day closes, scan the dailies. Every time the week closes, scan the weeks, month, quarter. So hopefully that makes sense. Puke, get down there. Elf. So he did retest the lows, did come back in. DVN, remember the try here. So they took them all out. Too weak to keep going, or too strong to keep going. 2-2-15ers back up. So that's not going to do anything for us anymore. Unless it goes shooter. Awesome. Yeah, as far as like the scanning and stuff goes, in the future, once we have it where I want it, because there's a lot of features that aren't there that we need there for to make it user friendly for the peoples. We will have a scanning video that's on the website. I'll probably be the one presenting it, or maybe Sarah will, or Tom, whoever wants to do it. And hopefully that will clear things up and it'll give people a way to use it. And ideally, what we want to do is pair that with my YouTube course so people can just hop on there, learn everything, and start scanning. And then if they want to, they can join the premium. And ideally, you make enough money to join so you don't have to pay for it. And what we do still have to be careful of is we're at low a day exhaustion risk. So keep that in mind. If we do see 30s coming back, then our try just got bigger. So slight higher highs, and then we have the lower lows here on like IWM. So keep that in mind. We're not out of the water as far as TTOs. We're always going to have the risk of coming back on the new flips. So don't get complacent, as they say. DIA, look at that, fell off a cliff. And now it's like, if you're holding that, you can go break even if you want, see if that wants to keep going, but you're going to risk gains if you go break even, so just know that. Right now I'm just setting up a screenshot for Twitter's. And the cool thing, so I know we didn't get to sit and watch them. I know we mentioned the inside hours on the financial stuff, but the reason that inside hour is important is because you can see all of these went 2 up, right? So anything not going 2 up, like we said, that's going to be weaker. So SCHW, Goldman Sachs, like puke. Look at that, right? JPM maybe. Nah, that one's not selling yet. Morgan Stanley, yeah, puke. So you get simultaneous break on the indexes, then you get simultaneous weakness of the inside 60s and the simultaneous break across the financials, XLF, which you can see financials even went 2 up. So this is how you pick out the weak ones hour to hour basis that you can trade. So like you can see the second that breaks on Goldman Sachs, like they're gone, which we were mentioning it off the, there was like a 30 there too. So you get the 3-2 shooter. That tells you it's going to expand if it works. And boom, they do it. Ain't that pretty? A lot of shorts to stop out on Qs. Yeah, but how are you going to reverse the 60? Nowhere near doing that if we close down here. So the best thing you could hope for would be inside 60 green if you're thinking longs. We do have exhaustion, or at least pivot target down here on Qs. So we're TTOing. But there's no buyers in here. They're getting killed on the 60 basis. No longs. If on the 60 flip at 130, then you might have some issues. But yeah, look at DVN. They're trying to shoot her that 15er, see if they can really puke down there. Very pretty. Yeah. And man, we've been waiting for this stuff for so long. I kept telling everyone in preview, I'm like, guys, this is the hardest market you've never traded or ever traded. Next, and that's why going into the future, we're trying to really stick these higher time frames in you guys' brains, because once we get the yearly signals next year, the inside and downs, you better be really good at swinging stuff, because if we go back to COVID lows, just imagine how much those puts would be worth. I think last time we did the COVID drop, you could have turned 14,000 into 1 million if you just held it perfectly to the lows, which we can't do that all the time, but there is a lot of opportunity there. That was out of the money puts. I can't remember what the at the monies were. I'm long NQ. You don't know about time frame continuity. 422 puts at the close for 18 cents. Not bad. From out of the money leaps, I believe they were like quarterlies. Because SPY, it only took 2 months to get down there. So like that's why we really want to know about these quarterlies, because in 2 months we could go 2 down on the year. We have no clue. Not that we have no clue, but we have no clue if they will or not. We just know the quarterly magnitude. And I'm not saying that to like juice anybody up thinking we're going to make $1 million from 14,000, but it's a possibility. Like these ELF puts, they go to freaking $2,000 a piece at quarter magnitude if it were to work. Like 2,300 a piece, I think. Speaking of new flip, new participants. So what do we want to see when we're looking at this stuff? If we're looking at IWM, we're bright red everything, so we know we shouldn't really be buying down here. We can partial, but now that the new flip's green, they're no longer selling. They're not here. If it goes red, then they're selling again, right? So this is profit taking at the lows of shorts and potentially new longs entering the market. So when we're identifying our broadening formation, we draw it like this. These 2 bars went outside of this stuff. So now that we're coming back through it, we know if that thing were to really start going, they would take that. As it sits inside 60, we're fine, right? So if you're from the 60s short, you can hold on to that. It's not coming up there, at least not for now. But if we go to the 30s, if that were to reverse, then that might be a problem for you. And if we go to the 15s, that's inside and up, actionable signal against you. So it's what level of risk do you want to have? If you're a day trader, ideally the flip goes green, you just get out. It's like take it here, get out when that goes green here. Done. If you're a swing trader, then you just ignore it. You ignore it. You say, well, 60s haven't reversed. I'm going to hold that. I'm a 60 trader. And that's also okay. You just have to realize that you can give stuff back doing that. But we know stuff's in force, so every reason to believe this can go lower. It's just not right now. We do want to see puke, but you can't do that unless you get to the bottom of the try. The question always is, how are we going to take out the highs or lows of this thing? And right now, inside 15 and up, PMG back to the highs, so be careful. If that were to rev strat, that's good. That could bring us into new low a day. So sells for now, done. ELF is still down there at the lows, so if things start moving up and that wants to go down, that could still happen. And I'm still short from up here with my fiver shorts. So those are nowhere near being touched, so I'm going to hold that. You can see the 15ers, boom, 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 twos, and then flip right there, boom, they're done. They're done selling. 15er hammer against. Isn't that so neat? And on Qs, nice inside hour. And that's why continuity and exhaustion is important, because I can tell you when that flip's going to happen. So we were talking about that before. Super important. Let me go to GS. Look at that. They sell here, done here, buying to close their shorts here. Isn't that so neat? And they sold all day. Then it flips right there. And every other flip, notice that 40 cents above, 7 cents above, 12 cents above. Then you get consolidation 42 cents. And this one right here on the simultaneous break, 6 cents. And if we're looking at the try here, they could retest that and just keep going if they wanted, but PMG. So if you're not in swing stuff, I've obviously been talking about it. You should know when to partial. And DVN, notice no 15er shooter. Where are they going to go? Up here, 45.67. And then tomorrow, we have to be careful of these potential 2-2 reversals. What's the next two on the day? Potentially up. We'd want to see them stay below 46.11 so we don't start coming back through that stuff. My DVN 46 put in the contest up just over 300%. And then whoever entered after me, 388% with a slightly more out of the money put. ELF, you can see on the new 60s going green, so sellers are not present. And that being said, I really don't have much that I really want to start entering on. We had that nice 60 sell. If you missed the morning stuff, you got 60 minutes to play again. Now you're going inside in green, so if they're going to go anywhere, they might go back to the top of this try at the close to stop some guys out. That being said, though, unless you guys have questions before we hop off, the stuff I'm holding is all from yesterday and then the ELF stuff from this morning, and that's about it. The rest of the stuff, that's all intraday. No reason for me to hold that overnight when I got the ton of positions open on other things. No reason to increase my risk. So if you guys don't have anything, then I think I'm going to end it here so I can get moving again, get some sun. All right, all right. Premium chat. What do you think of AMATs? Let's see. So mentioning GS, potentially set those 15ers up again off the 5s. AMAT though. So we want to start, since we just opened new quarters, we'd like to know what the year is doing first. 3-1 year, just like everything else, except not as weak as like SPY. So if we just compare those, like look at how much weaker SPY is. That's trying to go shooter. So we'd prefer that over any tech stuff. But then we go to AMAT, the quarterly basis. You do have the shooter here, but what we'll notice, are we red? Sorry, let me turn this off. Yeah, so you're red. So they're trying to go and trigger that. As long as they're red, that's what they're trying to do. And if you can put that in force, potentially 109, but every day that's not in force is 1 day less of you being able to trade it. So we'd prefer something like SCHW, which is already in force, which has a nice try to go and take that out if they want. It has a nice signal. It's at the lows, and you can see the years in force as well. So like they're moving on a year basis, and the quarter's confirming it. But we'll go back to AMAT, and we go to the month, and we see 1-3. So if you're going to take a 3-2, you want the lower time frame to signal you in. So if we go to the week, they're forming an inside week, which means they're stronger than the rest of the market, because you look at like SPY, that's taking last week's lows. You go to Qs, that is still inside. So the relative strength is in the Qs for now. So we know that. So we won't be shorting that this week. You go to the day, it's 2 down continuation, so no actionable signal telling you to be here, which is why it's not moving, because actionable signals tell you can make stuff move. So like this hammer here tells you can expect this to move here, and they take out all the pivots. So no reason to be trading that. It's stronger than everything else, and no signals for us to take, and inside week 3-1. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. So you'll see me next on the open stream. We do it normally the first week of the month, free in the Stat Trading Discord. So if you want to be at the next one, you can go to the events tab. And my next one is November 7th. And if you want to see me tomorrow morning, you can always join stats at stratalerts.com. And until then, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. And I'll see you guys probably in the free chat in the future.